Do you want to learn how to create a WordPress website step by step? Not only a basic, old-fashioned, ugly website, but a modern, super cool, neat and clean WordPress website. Not only a boring single-page website, but a fully functional multi-page website. If so, then you are in the right place. My name is Fahad. I'm a professional web developer. In this tutorial, I'm gonna show you how to create a complete WordPress website step by step from the very beginning to the end. No step is skipped. And you don't need to know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP or any sort of crazy programming language, because we will be creating our beautiful website using an awesome drag and drop page builder. I will show you how to create a modern looking super sleek homepage. I will show you how to create a mind-blowing About Us page where you can show off all your team members. I will show you how to create an awesome services page. Also, single services page with nice FAQ sections and instant contact forms on each page. I will show you how to create fully functioning blog page, single blog post page and all. I will show you how to create an attractive contact us page, adding forms, Google Maps and all. Can you believe we will create all of this without doing a single line of coding? And if you want to hire a professional web developer to create a modern website like this, they won't charge you less than couple $1,000s. I'm a professional web developer. I personally would charge somewhere between $2,000 to $5,000 for designing and developing this kind of fully functional modern website. But in this tutorial, we will be creating this complete website almost free of cost. So now please pause this video for a moment and please give this video a big thumb up and don't forget to subscribe this YouTube channel. Otherwise you may not find this kind of valuable video into your home feed next time. Okay, now let's have a close look what we're going to make in this tutorial. So this is the beautiful home page that we're going to make. Here on the top left you can see a logo. I will not only show you how to put a logo, but I will also show you how to create a logo by yourself for free, and then you can upload into your website. Then on the top right side I will show you how to create a nice navigation like this, and then how to create a search bar. So if you click on this search icon, from this search box you can search anything from inside of your website. Then I will show you how to create a nice banner like this, your main heading, subheading. I will show you how to create nice buttons with nice hover effects like this. Then if you click on this button, that will take us to the services page. If you click on this button, that will take us to the contact us page. Then on the next section, I will show you how to create a beautiful services section like this. So here you can put all your services into different boxes with nice hover animations. So if you're a web design agency owner, you can put your services like if you have blog website service or business website service or e-commerce website service, you can put that in this way. If you're a photographer, you can put here your photography service, here your videography service or other service like this. And then if anyone click on this see details button, that will take that user to that specific services page. Then on the next section I will show you how to create a beautiful section like this where you can talk about your team a little bit, and then you can add a call to action button to your About Us page. Then next I will show you how to create a nice client's testimonial area like this with nice animation. Here you can put your all real testimonials, all your clients headshots with their name, their company name, all details here. And then underneath I will show you how to create a beautiful slider like this where you can put all your clients logo you have worked with. Then I will show you how to create a global footer like this. So here you can add your privacy policy, terms of use or disclaimer pages link here. Alright, now before going to other pages, let's now have a look how easily we will create these pages. Because we will be creating all our pages just by dragging, dropping and few clicks. And we will be using an awesome page builder for that, my favorite Elementor Page Builder. So let me show you a little bit the power of Elementor. So right now we are inside Elementor Page Builder. On the left here you can see all the Elementor elements or Elementor widgets. So basically we will just drag these elements from left and drop that to the right side of our website. I will show you everything step by step whenever we will start creating our website from scratch. But for now, just let me show you how easy it is to create a complete page using Elementor Page Builder. So let's say here it says Jim Fahad Production. If you want to change this text, just over on screen select this text and instead of production, let's say you wanna type company. See, it's instantly done. Then here you can see two buttons. Let's say if you wanna create another button, all you need to do just right click on this column icon and then click on duplicate. See, another new button has been created instantly. How cool is that? And let's say if you don't want this button anymore, all you need to do just right click on this column icon and then click on delete. It's instantly gone. Let me show you some more cool things. So here you can see this whole banner. Let's say if you want to increase or decrease the height of this full banner, how can you do that? All you need to do, just click on these 6 dots here and then from left you can see here minimum height. Just drag this bar to the left. See, the banner height started decreasing. Then again if you want to increase it, just drag this bar to the right. You can see the height started increasing. It's such an easy page builder. You can do more cool stuff like here at the bottom of this section. If you want to add any other shape divider, you can do that very easily. Just go under style tab here and then scroll down, then click here on shape divider. Now select the bottom and from here type, let's select the mountain shape. See, here at the bottom you can see the mountain shape. Even if you want to increase the width, just drag this bar to the right. The width is increasing, then move it to the left to decrease it. If you want to increase the height, you can increase the height just dragging it to the right. You can decrease it by dragging it to the left. You can flip it by clicking here. Also, if you want, you can change the color from this color picker. Let's say you wanna make this mountain shape's color to red, just drag it to the red, it becomes red. Then again, if you wanna make it white, just drag it to the white, it becomes white. How cool is that? Now instead of mountain shape, if you want, you can make it wave brush shape like this. Also you can make it tilt shape like this. Also you can increase the height by dragging it to the right, or you can decrease it by dragging it to the left. Also you can make it drop shape. It looks super cool. And if you don't want that, just from here type, click here and select the none option. It's gone. Then here on this banner you can see here is a background image. So here instead of this background image, if you want to add a video background, how can you do that? Just go here underneath the background, click here, then here you can see background type. So right now it's a solid image. Then if you click on this video icon, now here you can see a field says video link. Now just go to YouTube and let's say I wanna use this time-lapse video. So just copy this video URL. Now go back, then just paste the video URL here inside. So here instantly you can see the video background here. And let's say if you again don't want that video background and you want to go back to that image background, all you need to do, just go back to here, click on this paintbrush tool icon. Now you can see the image background here again. So in this easy way, we will be creating all the sections of our all pages. And not only that, You know, nowadays making our website responsive for mobile device and tablet device is super important, because most of the visitors of your website will come from either phone or from tablet device. So if you want to make your website responsive for mobile device and tablet, you can do that inside of this awesome page builder. Let's say if you want to check how your home page looks on the tablet device, all you need to do, just go to bottom left, click here on this responsive mode icon, then click on tablet. Now you can see the tablet view of your website. And on tablet device, this font size looks so big. So if you want to reduce that only on tablet device, all you need to do, just click on this pencil icon, then go under style tab here, click on typography. Now here you can see font size, and on the right side here is a tablet icon. So let's now give it a font size like this. Let's keep it 60 pixel, and the interesting thing is it will be only applicable on tablet device. It won't affect on desktop view or mobile view. So right now it looks also good on tablet device. And now if you want to check how your website is looking on mobile device, all you need to do, just from here, let's click on mobile. Now you can see how your website is looking on mobile device. So here on the mobile device, I think if we make this button all centered, that would look great. So how can I do that? Just click on this pencil icon, and here you can see alignment, and here you can see a mobile icon. So I want to make it alignment center only on mobile device. So let's now click here on center. It's instantly centered. Also on this button, let's click on this pencil icon, and alignment, click on middle. Now both buttons are centered aligned. So you can adjust any part of your website, particularly on mobile device, tablet or desktop. Alright. Now let's have a look on the other pages that we're going to make. So let's now go to our about page. So on the About Us page, I will show you how to create a different banner like this. I will show you how to create this kind of cool progress bar. Then I will show you how to create this kind of cool looking team member section with this awesome design. So here you can put all your team members headshots, their name, their position at your company. Also you can put their all social media links separately. Then now let's go to our next page. That's our services page. Here I will show you how to create a different banner with jump buttons. So whenever you click on any of this button, that will take you to that specific part of the page. Let's say if we now click on this button, let's now click here. It jumps to the blog website section. So here you can describe all about your blog website services or any other services you have. Then on the next section you can talk about your other service. I will also show you how to put a video. That could be a YouTube video or a Vimeo video. I will show you how easily you can embed that. Then on the next section you can add another service, and also I will show you how to put a nice slider like this, so you can go to the next images just by scrolling like this. And then I will show you how to create this kind of cool number counter. So here you can show off how many projects you have done, how many clients do you have, all of this. Then I will show you how to create a working contact form inside of your website. Of course we will have a different contact page, but if you keep a contact form inside of your services page, so let's say if anyone become interested into your this service, then if they click on this button get in contact, that jumps to this contact us form section. So they can immediately fill up this contact form and contact with you. Let's now have a look on a single services page. So under this services page, if we go to any single services page, let's go to business services page. So I will also show you how to create a separate service page for a particular service, then how to create this kind of nice FAQ section, so you can add all the questions and answers related to this specific service. Also, this page will have a different contact form. Cool. Then let's now go to our blog page. I will show you how to create a sharp blog page like this. Here your all blog posts will be shown with their nice thumbnails, the blog titles. Here you can see the author name, the category name, and the excerpt of your blog post. And if we click on this thumbnail or this blog title, that will take us to that single blog post page. I will also show you how to create a single blog post like this, how you can insert these images inside of your blog post. Also here underneath you can see your visitors can make comments on this blog post. They can go to your next post by clicking here. They can go to your previous post by clicking here. And if we go to the top of this page, I will also show you how you can put your recent posts on the sidebar. So here you can see other recent posts with thumbnail. I will show you how easily you can do that. Alright, let's now go to our contact page. So here I will show you how you can make these 3 columns with your phone number, your email address, your physical office address, then again how to put a contact form on contact page. Then I will also show you how to embed Google Maps so people get to know where are you located. And the last but not least, I will also show you how to create these privacy policy pages. These are basically the simplest page of your website, but these are crucial pages. Like if you're a business owner, you should have your privacy policy page. If you are an affiliate marketer, you should have your disclaimer page. So I will also show you how to create these kind of easy privacy policy, terms of use, or disclaimer pages. Okay, and this video won't become older. I mean, this video will not become outdated even if you're watching it 2025 or even 2030. Sounds unreal, right? Okay, let me tell you why. WordPress itself, themes, plugins, softwares get updates, release new features very frequently. So whatever I will show in this tutorial, if any update will come after that, I will create a new video for that specific updated portion, and I will put that updated video link in the description. Not only that, you already see I have separated tutorial pages on my website for each tutorial. And I already keep a blank space underneath the main video for future updates. So as soon as any update will arrive, I will add that part into that blank placeholder. I'm trying so hard to make your life easier than ever when it comes to creating and keeping your website up to date. This single tutorial could be your lifetime asset. Does all these efforts deserve a single like from you? A single thumbs up? It's up to you. And yes, I'm gonna show you everything step by step. So if you watch this video till the very end, then you can create exactly the same website that I already have shown. I will also provide you all the images I have used on this website. And let's say if you don't have enough time to watch this complete tutorial, but if you want to make your complete website live today exactly like this one, then you can get all these page templates from my Gumroad shop for a very small fee. It will save you a lot of time and all the fancy web developer cost. So you can easily get the page templates from Gumroad. Just download those and import into your website. Just plug and play, your beautiful website will become live instantly. I will put that link in the description. And you will find timestamp in the description, so you can jump any specific part you need. Alright, so without further ado, let's get started. The first thing we're gonna do is to get a domain name and web hosting. And I will provide you my special link, so you will get a discount around 50%. Then we will install WordPress. Then we will install a free theme and a free page builder called, Elementor. Then we will start creating our amazing website. So let's now first get our domain name and web hosting. If you have your domain name and web hosting already, you can skip this part. If not, then follow along. So first, just click on the very first link in the description below this video, or you can go to jimfahaddigital.com/hosting. And this will take you to a special discounted Bluehost page. So why Bluehost? In my opinion, Bluehost is the best web hosting provider. I'm a web developer. I tried so many other web hosting companies. I don't want to mention their name, but I personally ended up using Bluehost. Hundreds of my clients using Bluehost and they never complain about using it. If you see my Bluehost account, I have hosted tons of websites here and I never get a downtime. Their customer support is really cooperative in case you need any help, and their price is really affordable. That's why I always recommend Bluehost. So now click on Get Started. Here you can see their different plans. The main difference between them, with the basic plan, you can host only one domain. You can take their Plus or Choice Plus plan if you want to host unlimited domains. Also, you can take their Pro plan if you have millions of visitors on your website already. I recommend starting with the basic plan. Then in future, you can upgrade that anytime. Now let's select the basic plan. Now we will select our domain name. If you already have a domain name that you want to use, you can just go ahead here on the right. But for now, I'm gonna get a new one. Now here, let's try for something like apple.com and click next. It says the domain apple.com cannot be used on Bluehost. Please try a different domain name. It should be because we cannot take that because we all know that's Apple's official website. So we will be typing our own domain name here. And also, if you click on the right side, you can see .site, .net, .info websites. I always recommend to take .com websites because it looks more professional and legit. So I'm gonna type here, let's say our elementor.com, as we are going to make our website through Elementor Page Builder. And now click on next. It says our elementor.com is available. That's awesome. And here we need to put our account information. I'm putting mine here really fast, only to not make you bored. Okay, here you can see the business name field. If you don't have a business, just keep it blank or put your full name. But here's the most important thing, that's your email address. Make sure you put your correct email address, because after completing purchase, a receipt will be sent to that email address. So make sure you put your best email address here. Alright, now scroll down. Here's the package information. And it's automatically set to 36 months. And this is gonna be your cheapest plan. So yes, you're paying for 36 months upfront, but it comes out to only around $3.95 a month. So this is 50% off. That's gonna be your biggest discount. Now what I recommend is to just do 12 months if you don't want to commit to the 36 months or 24 months. It's still 33% saving and it's only around $5.95 a month. And you also have your domain name for 12 months. So no more additional cost for your domain for these 12 months. And here you got package extras. First, here is the option for domain privacy. Having domain privacy is good, and I always recommend having domain privacy so no one gets to know who is the owner of the website. But for the sake of this tutorial, I'm deselecting this one. Let's click on turn it off. Because I don't want to hide myself at this moment, I want to be transparent, so if anyone knows I own this website, I have no problem. You can keep this one checked if you want, not a big deal. I'm also deselecting all other options they are offering. We actually don't need that. They are just upselling their stuff. Alright. Now you can see the price is now only $71.40 for the full year, including the domain. That's awesome. And I'm legally obligated to tell you that this is my affiliate link. So I do get a little bit of commission off of this, but it does save you a ton of money. And it helps fund these free YouTube tutorials what I'm doing, so everybody wins. I really appreciate it. And here is the payment information. I'm putting my credit card number here, expiration date and CVV code. Then select this one here so that you are agreed to their terms and policy. Now click on submit. It says your purchase was a success. Also, you can see here is your receipt. They will also send it to your email. I'm also waiting to get that email. Meantime, we can create our Bluehost account. So let's click on this create account button here. Here's the domain name that's automatically selected. Now let's create our password. Create a really strong password combining capital letters, numbers, special characters. You know how to make a strong password. And then retype the password in the second field. Now check this once again that you have agreed with their terms and policy. Now click on create account. I already have received an email to confirm my purchase. So I'm opening my email. You will also get an email like this. Then click here, verify your email. It's very important. So it's now verified. Awesome. Now let's log in into our Bluehost account with the domain name and password we have just created. If you are logging in for the first time, you may see a pop-up like this. Like it says, let's create a website. Bluehost actually want to help you to make the website. Just click at the very bottom there. I'm not creating a website because I will be showing you everything step by step, and skip all of these pop-ups because we don't need any of that. Cool! We have successfully registered our domain name and web hosting. Congratulations! So far, if you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section. I will try my best to help you personally. So now we can move on to step number 2, which is to install WordPress. And for some reason, if you logged out, then log in again. Now from left menu bar, click on My Sites. Then you can click here Create Site or here Create a WordPress Site. I'm clicking here. So let's now add a site name and site tagline. We can change that anytime. So I'm putting a site name Jim Fahad Production and site tagline It Deserved to Be Seen. Now let's click on Advanced. Here you need to put your email address, your username and password for your WordPress. So I'm putting my email address here. WordPress admin username, I want to name it Jim Fahad. And here let's put a password. Do you want to see my password? I'm clicking here on show. So it's ABC123. I will of course show you how you can change it later. So for now, click on next. Close this browser pop-up. Now it says where we want to install our WordPress. So make sure you keep this directory blank. And here is your domain name selected. And Bluehost here is suggesting some free plugins, but we don't need that. Let's deselect this all. Now click next. Awesome, it says WordPress installed successfully. Now you can copy these informations right here and save that somewhere on your computer where you can access it again later. And click here to show your password. Actually, I intentionally gave this an easy password that's ABC123. Never ever use this kind of easy password. I'm showing you shortly how you can change that password. We can now sign into WordPress by clicking here, but this is not the usual way because all the time you cannot log in this way. I mean from this page, this button, right? So you should get used to signing into WordPress all the time is by going up to a new window and typing in your domain name /wp-admin. So I'm typing here my domain name ourelementor.com /wp-admin and click enter. So we can see our WordPress login page here. That means WordPress has installed successfully. Sometimes it takes 30 minutes to 24 hours to process this installation, and this process is called propagation. It basically has to let everyone know that, hey, this new domain name now exists and registered. But we can see our website instantly. They actually say it might take 30 minutes to 24 hours, but I've been using Bluehost for more than 10 years. I always get domain live immediately. Actually, that's another reason why I love Bluehost. So now you know that your domain name is working. So go ahead and just gonna type in my name, which was the user that I created, and I'm gonna type that easy password ABC123. You can click this eye icon to show it. Now let's click on login. So we are now logged into WordPress admin panel or WordPress dashboard. First, let me familiarize you with this WordPress dashboard or WordPress admin panel. First, let's close all these notifications. Let's just click on this X to close it. Also, let's close this one and minimize this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Just cleaning things up a little bit. So the first thing I want to do, I want to change that easy password that we have given, ABC123. So to change that password from this left bar, let's hover over on users, then click on your profile. So first from here you can see admin color scheme. You can change your color scheme from here like blue or coffee. Actually, no matter which scheme you select, no one can see that without you. Then scroll down here, you can see the option for first name, last name, and your publicly display name. So if you want, you can change your first name from here, your last name from here, and you can select your display name from here. This display name will be shown whenever you will publish a blog post. Underneath that blog post, as the author of this blog post, this name will be shown. So it's basically coming from this display name. Then here you will find the option for changing your email address. You can add your other website URL. You can talk about yourself here inside this field. You can change your profile picture from here using Gravatar. And here under account management, you can see new password field. So from here we will be changing our password. To change our password, let's click here on generate password. This is an auto-generated password by WordPress. If you want, you can keep that, but I want to change it on my own way so I can remember it later. So I'm just clicking here to hide it, and here I'm typing my password. It says weak, but I'm okay with it for now. Let's just click on confirm use of weak password and then click on update profile. Alright, now let's have a look on some basic settings of our website. So from left tab here you can see settings. From there, let's first click on general. So from here you can change your site title, you can change the tagline, and here you can see your WordPress address URL, your site address. Basically you don't need to mess with these two fields. Then if you want, you can change your administration email address from here. Then the rest settings are fine, but let's say if you want to change the time format or time zone, you can change all this from here. And after changing all these settings, don't forget to click here on save changes. Then from under these settings tab, all these default settings are fine. Let's keep all this the way it is. I just want to change the settings of the permalinks. So let's click now on permalinks here. By default, the plain one is selected, but I want to select the post name, this option. So the main difference between the plain and post name, let's say if you want to create a about us page on your website, then if the permalink plain option is selected, your about us page will be look like, the URL will be look like your domain name.com / then this kind of bizarre number. That's why I have selected the post name option. So if you select the post name option for permalink, then your about us page URL will look like your domain name.com / about us. It's more human readable. That's why I have selected the post name option here. Let's now scroll down and click on save changes. Alright, now I want to create some pages. So to create a page, from the left bar you can see here pages. First let's click here on all pages. So here you can see some pages. Actually, we have not created these pages. These pages came with WordPress by default. We don't need these pages, so I want to delete this page. We can delete it one by one just by clicking on this trash or this trash. Also, we can delete all this together by clicking here, and then from the top, let's click here on bulk action and click move to trash, then click on apply. The pages are deleted, but those are not permanently gone. If we click on trash, we can see the pages are inside the trash. So if you want to delete the pages permanently, again you can select all this together by clicking here and then click on bulk action, and this time click delete permanently, and now click on apply. So those pages are permanently gone. Now I want to create our new page. So to create a new page, you can click here on add new, or here underneath the pages you can always see the add new option here. So click here, or here I'm clicking here add new. Let's now first close this pop-up, and now we can see the editor in full width, but I want to disable the full width option. So from the right top here, let's click on this three dot, and here you can see by default full screen mode is selected. I'm clicking here to deselect it. All right, now we can see the left panel here, but you know what, I personally don't like this page editor. This is the Gutenberg editor, and instead of this editor, I like the classic editor most. So before creating our pages, first I want to install that classic editor plugin. So to do that, from the left panel you can see here plugins. From there just click on installed plugins. Here you can also see some plugins that came with WordPress by default, but I also don't want any of these. So let's select all this together by clicking here, then click on bulk action, and before deleting it you need to first deactivate it. So let's click here deactivate and click on apply. So now all these unnecessary plugins are deactivated. Then click again to select it all here. This time click on bulk action again, and now click on delete. Now click on apply. The browser pop-up says I'm sure or not. Yes, I'm sure. Let's click on OK. So our all unnecessary plugins are deleted. Now I want to install the plugin, our classic editor plugin. So to install a new plugin, we need to click here on add new. Let's click here. And then here you can see lots of plugins. I'm looking for the classic editor one. So here it is. For some case, if you don't find it here, you can search the plugin name from this field. Like I'm searching for classic. So here you can see the classic editor plugin. Before installing it, let me tell you what is a plugin. Plugins are basically the extra add-on or app-like thing of your website that adds extra functionality of your website. Let's say if you want to sell anything online, so for that there is different plugin available. If you want to embed a contact form within your website, there is a different plugin for that. So each plugin has their different purpose. Right now we are installing this classic editor to edit our pages. So let's click on install now and then click on activate to activate this plugin. Alright, you can see here the classic editor plugin is activated. Let's now go back to our pages. Now click on all pages again, then click on add new. So now instead of that Gutenberg editor, we can see here our classic editor, and we want to create our page using this classic editor. So first let's create few pages. So first of course we want to create our home page. So I have typed here home, and then on the right here you can see a button says publish. Click here. Then I want to create another page, that's our about us page. So let's click here again on add new. So I want to name this page about. Now click on publish, then click again on add new. I want to create a services page, so let's click on publish. Then I want to create some single services page. Let's say it's a website for a web design company. So we have blog website services, business website services, e-commerce website services, and for each service we want to create a separate page. So let's click on add new. First, I want to create a page says blog service. Let's click on publish. Then click on add new. I want to create business service. Then click on publish. Then click add new again. I want to create a page for e-commerce service. Then click on publish. So in this way you can create multiple services page, and then I want to create a blog page. So let's click on add new. Here on the title I want to name it blog, then click on publish. And the last one, let's click on add new. I want to create a contact page, so I'm typing here contact, and let's click on publish. Alright, so now if from under pages, if we now click on all pages, we can see here our all pages, our about, blog, blog service, contact, home, services, all these pages are here. Now let's have a look inside the posts. So from left tab, if we click on all posts, here you can see a dummy post that's hello world. So like the pages, you can delete this dummy post, and if you want to create a new blog post, you need to click on add new. We will see all this later. Now first I want to add our theme. So to add a new theme, from this left bar you can see appearance. From there click on themes. Here you can see some default themes like 2019, 2017 or 2020. All these are WordPress default theme, but personally I don't like any of them, so I want to install a new theme. To install a new theme, let's click here on this big button says add new theme. Let's click here. And here you can see a lot of different themes with a different look and feel. So basically, what is a WordPress theme? WordPress theme is the look and feel of your website. Like here you can see different look and feel. If you select any of that, your website will look like that specific theme. So now here I'm searching for, on this search bar, I'm searching for Astra theme because I like this theme so much. It's super lightweight and super fast to load. This one on the left, Astra, not this one. So to install this theme, let's click here on install and then click on activate to activate this theme. So if we now want to have a look how our website is looking at this moment, we need to go at the top. Here you can see our site name, and if you hover over on it, underneath here you can see visit site. Let's click here. I'm opening it from a new tab. So this is our website looking like this. I know it's still super ugly, super boring, but no worries, we will start creating our beautiful website out of this. Now first I want to create our navigation menu. Still you can see a menu at the right top, but it's automatically created. We want to create our own menu to make it more organized. So to do it, let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Then from left under the appearance, you can see here menus. Let's click here on menus. So from here we can create our menu. First we need to name it. So here inside this field menu name, I want to name our menu to main menu. Actually you can name it anything because without you no one can see this name. So let's now click on create menu. Our menu has been created. Now from left you can see here all the pages we have created so far. So I want to include all the pages inside our menu. You can select the pages one by one like this, or you can click here to select all and then click here on add to menu. On the right side we can see all the pages has been added inside the menu. Now I want to organize it because I want the home at the top. So let's just drag this home at the top of all this menu item, and after home I want the about page, and then the services page, then the blog page, then contact is fine. And here you can see our all services page: e-commerce service, business service, blog service, is I want all these services pages under our services menu. So let's drag the block service menu item underneath the services here, but instead of putting it like this, I want to drag it a little bit right like this, because I want to create this block service as a sub item of the services menu. So in the same way, I also want to make this business service as a sub menu of services, also the e-commerce service as a sub item of services menu. And after doing this, let's scroll down a little bit. This is very important. You need to select the display location. I'm selecting the primary menu because I want to display it on the right side, I mean on the right top side of our website. That's why I'm selecting this to primary menu. Let's now click on save menu. It's saved. Let's now go to front end of our website and refresh the page. Awesome, we can see the menu we have just created on the right side here. If we hover over on services, we can see all the sub menus here. Then here is the blog and contact. Everything looks fine. Now you may notice one thing. We are now at our home page, but we can see blog post here. Why is that? Because by default WordPress shows the blog post on the home page, but we don't want that. We have already created a separate blog page for our blog posts. So for the home page, we want to create a completely custom page. We want to design that by ourselves. So for that, we need to select the home page as our home and the blog page as blog. So to do it, let's go back to WordPress dashboard again. And this time from the left bar here, you can see settings. From there, let's click on reading. So here you can see by default your homepage displays is set to your latest posts. That's why we can see the blog post inside the home page. So instead of that, we want to select a static page, and home page I want to select the home, and for the post page I want to select the blog page. Now let's click on save changes. Now let's go to front end of our website and refresh the page. Cool, now we can see here the text home. So at least we can understand this is the home page that we have created to create our home page. And if we click on blog page, we can see here's the blog post. All right, so our navigation is done. Now we want to add our logo. So to add our logo, we need to go to our customizer. So you can click here on this customize, or you can go back to WordPress dashboard, and from under appearance here you can see customize. Let's click here on customize. So this is the customizer of our theme. To change our logo from the left tab, let's click here on header, then click on site identity. Then here you can see the option for uploading logo. Let's click here on select logo. Then from under upload files, let's click here on select files. Let's select this logo and click on open. I'm using this logo for now, but I will show you later how you can create your own logo by yourself. For now, let's use this logo. Let's now click on here, select. Then it says if I want to crop this logo or not. No, I don't want to crop this. So let's click here on skip cropping. Here we go. We can see our logo, but it's looking super big. We can decrease the size of our logo from here. You can see logo width, and here you can see a bar. If we drag this to the left, our logo size is decreasing. I want to make it more smaller like this. Okay, let's keep it 80 like this. It looks perfect. And then after logo, here you can see Fahad production. So that's basically the site title we have put during installation of our WordPress. I don't want to keep that at the top of our website, so let's deselect this from here. that site title is gone. Alright, now I want to add our site icon. So that's the favicon of our website. So for that, here you can see the option for site icon. Let's select this option. Let's click here, select site icon. Now let's go to upload files. Now click on select files. I want to select this little image. You can see shortly how it works. Let's now click on open and then click on select, click on skip cropping. Here we go. Here at the top of the browser, you can see the little tiny icon. That's the fav icon of our website. So when you are done with this, then don't forget to click here on this publish to save your work. Now let's go back and then click here on primary header. Here you can see the options for our header customization. By default, this layout is selected, so the logo on the left and the main navigation on the right. But if you want, you can select the middle, this option. So here you can see the logo at the top, and then underneath here is the navigation. Also here is another option. Let's select this one. So let's say if you want to keep the logo on the right and the navigation on the left, you can select this option. But I don't want that. It looks super weird to logo on the right and navigation on the left. This is not the usual way. So I want to select the first option, the logo on the left and the navigation on the right, like this. Then here you will find also another option for bottom border size. So by default it's 1 pixel. So instead of that, if you want to make it like 5 pixel, you can make it 5. Also you can change its color from this color picker. Let's click here. Let's say if you want to make it a red line like this, you can do that from here. But you know what, actually I don't need that, so I'm clicking here to clear it. And also instead of 5, I want to keep it default 1 like this. Then also here you can see the option for mobile headers. We will have a look on these options when we will start making the responsiveness of our website. So for now we are all good. Let's now click on publish to save our work, and then click on this X to exit from this customizer. Now let's go to front end of our website and refresh. Awesome, we can see the logo on the left and here is the navigation on the right side. So our all basic customizations are done. Now we will start the fun part. We will start creating our website just by dragging, dropping, and just few clicks. So for that we need to install our page builder plugin, my favorite, the Elementor Page Builder. So to get Elementor Page Builder, let's go first jimfahaddigital.com/Elementor129. I will put this page's link in the description below. So from that page, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see here important links. Then here you will find a link says get Elementor. Let's click here. That will take you to this page. From here you can click here get started, or here get started. Let's click here. So here it says to sign up, so you just need to put your email address and you can set a password, and then you need to click on create account. And no worries, it's completely free. I already have a free account here, so I'm now clicking here on login. So here I have put my username, here is my password, and let's now click on login. Now it's asking, do you have a WordPress website? Yes, sure I do. So let's click here, click on continue, and then here in this field we need to put our domain name. So my domain name is our elementor.com. I'm putting here, so https:// our elementor.com. So here you need to put your domain name, and before that make sure you put the http or https. By the way, if your website is not live, let's say if you are a web developer and if you are developing your website into a local host or your local computer, then you need to just click here. Here you can see the download options, so you need to click here. Then you can manually download the Elementor Page Builder plugin. On that way you can install that. But here I'm showing you the easiest way. So I'm assuming you have a live website. This is the best and easiest way. Let's now click here on check for WordPress. It says great, you are ready to install Elementor. Let's now click here, click to install. Now at the right bottom here you can see a button says install now. Let's click here. Now let's click on activate plugin. Awesome, we have successfully installed our page builder plugin. Let's now go to our pages, click on all pages. Let's start from our home page. Here is our home page. Let's now click here on edit. As we have installed our Elementor Page Builder, so now we can see here a button says edit with Elementor. Let's now click here. So right now we are inside Elementor Page Builder. Here you can see this is our header at the top and this is our footer so far at the bottom. We will customize our footer later. Let's now have an overlook on this awesome page builder. Basically whatever you can see on the left side, all these are Elementor elements, and on the right side this is our main canvas. So this is our real website. We will be creating our website just by dragging the element from left and we will drop it to the right side in this way. But before we start creating our real website, I want you to make familiarize with Elementor's three fundamental things. If you understand these three fundamental things, you can literally create anything using this awesome page builder plugin. So what are those three things? Number one is section, then number two is column, and then number three is elements or widgets. So the section is the most outer thing, and then inside a section you can take multiple column. You can take 2 column, 3 column, 5 column inside a single section, and then inside a single column you can take multiple elements or widgets. So it's super simple concept. You only need to understand this. So first, let's say if you want to take a section like this, the most outer thing, to take it, let's go back to our Elementor Page Builder. We need to first click on this plus icon to take section, and then you can select which structure do you want to use, like 2 column, 3 column, 4 column, like this. For now, let's just take a 2 column structure. I'm clicking here. So now if we click on these 6 dots, whatever you can see within this blue line, this is our section, and inside this section you can see here left here is a column, and on the right side here is another column. If we want to start working on section level, we need to click here on these 6 dots. Then from the left we have more options to customize this section. Like if we want to make this section to full width, we need to click here stretch section. Let's turn it on. Then if you want to give this section a height, you need to click here on height. Let's click here and you can set a minimum height. See, it's getting a specific height here. If you want to increase the height, you can drag this to the right, so height is increasing. If you want to decrease the height, you need to drag this bar to the left like this. Then let's say if you want to add any background image or background color within this section, from left you need to go under this style tab. Then here you can see background type. Let's click on this paintbrush tool icon. Then here you can see the color palette. Let's click here on this color picker. Now from here you can give it a background color, like if you just drag your mouse inside this color picker, that color will be picked. For now let's keep it black or a bit ash color like this. Alright, so then inside this section here is our 2 column. Here is the left column and here is the right column. Let's say if you want to insert anything inside the left column, you need to click on this plus icon, or you can just go here at the top. You need to click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and let's say if you want to add a heading, just drag this heading inside this column here. Now if you want to change the heading text, you can change it from typing on the left box here, or you can just type in over screen here. Let's say I want to type our awesome heading. Then you can make this heading alignment to center by clicking here, or you can make it right aligned like this. For now let's keep it centered aligned. So remember, you are now working on this heading widget. So whenever you want to work on any widget, like we are now working on this heading widget, you need to click on this pencil icon. Then you can work on this heading. If you want to change its color, just go to under the style tab, select the text text color. Let's say if you want to make this color to red, you can do that. Now click outside. From here, let's click on typography. Click on this pencil icon here. If you want to make this heading really big, just drag this bar to the very right. Now the font size is really big. Drag it to the left. If you want to make it smaller, you can change the font weight from here, or even more lighter like 300. Then you can change the transform, like if you want to make all uppercase, you can change the line height from here. You can change the letter spacing by dragging it to the right or dragging it to the left. You can decrease the spacing. Then let's say underneath this heading, if you want to add a paragraph, all you need to do, just click here on this Rubik's Cube icon, then just drag. Here you can see a text editor. Just drag this underneath this heading. Here you can see the text. You can change the text from by typing here or from here on the left. Then if you want to change anything or if you want to do style, just go under this style tab. Let's say I want to make this color to red, then click on this text color picker here and let's make it also red like this. And then if we want to add a button underneath this text, then again click on this Rubik's Cube icon and here you can see a button widget. So let's just drag this under this paragraph here. So here is our button. So the best thing is, whenever you want to work on any widget or element level, you need to click on this pencil icon. Then you can edit them by going under content tab, style tab or advanced tab. And then if you want to work on any column level, you need to click on this column icon here. Then if you want to add a background color on this whole column, you just need to go under style tab here. Then you can click here background type. Let's click on this paintbrush tool icon. Here is the color picker. Click here. Let's say we want to give it a white background like this. Then if you want to add some breathing space at the top, bottom, left or right, you need to go under advanced tab here. Here you can see the options for margin and padding. If you want to add some inner space, you can add that by using this padding. Let's say I want to add 20 pixel padding all around with this column. So you can see the spaces at the left, right, top and bottom. And then if you want to work on the section level, you need to click here on these 6 dots. So from here you can change the background color of this section by clicking here on this color picker. Let's say right now it's ash color. If you want to change it to any other color like this, you can do that. Also, if you want to add some space at the top and bottom of this section level, just go under advanced tab, then add some padding. Let's say 40 pixel padding like this. So now you can see some padding has been added at the left, right, top and bottom of this section level. So till now I'm just showing you how it works. Let's now create our real banner or the first section of our page. So before creating that, let's delete this one that we have created just for demonstration purpose. So to delete a section, all you need to do, here at the top right you can see a X icon. Let's click here. It's gone. Now let's create our real top banner. So first let's click on this plus icon and this time I want to take this single column structure. So let's click here and I want to make it full width. So here is stretch section. Let's turn it on. Then I want to give it a minimum height. So here height, click here. Let's give it a minimum height. So you already know you can give it a height in pixel. Also there are options in VH and VW. This time I want to give the height in VH, that means vertical height, and I want to give it 90. So 90 VH means it will take the 90% space of this particular device. So you can already see the height, it's a pretty big area. Now let's add a background image. So to do that, here let's go under style tab. Now let's click here on background type, click on this paintbrush tool icon. This time instead of a solid color, we want to add a background image. So here you can see the option for image. Let's click here to choose image. Now let's click on upload files, select files. Now from here in this folder I want to select this image. Now let's click on open. By the way, if you want to download all the images I'm using for this website, you can just go to jimfahaddigital.com/Elementor129. I will of course put this page's link in the description. So from that page here under important links, you can see here is a link says download the images plus templates I use in this tutorial. So if you click here, you will basically get all these images and templates I am using for this website. Alright, now let's go back. So we have uploaded our banner image. Let's now click here on insert media. So here we can see the background image, but we need to fix its position. So from here you can see the position. Let's make it to center. Also, if you want, you can make it to center left or center right like this, but I want to keep it center. Then here is the repeat. I want to make it no repeat, and here is the size. I want to make the size to cover. So no matter how big the image is or how small the image is, it will cover the whole area of this section. That's why I have selected the size to cover. Now also over this background image, I want to add some background overlay. So let's scroll down a little bit. Here you can see background overlay. Let's click here. Now let's click here background type. Let's click on this paintbrush tool icon. Now let's click on this color picker. Here I want to add a blackish overlay color. So I'm typing the color code here, hashtag 05396B. So it's basically not blackish, it's a color between black and blue. Alright, now click outside. Here you can see the opacity. I want to make the opacity more darker, so I'm dragging it to the right. Let's make it 0.7 like this. And then here you can see some different options for blend mode. Let's click here. Like you can select the screen option or you can select the darken option, but I want to make it to luminosity, this one. It looks much better to me. Alright, now first I want to add a heading inside this column. So let's first click on this Rubik's Cube icon and I'm dragging a heading inside this column here. So here I want to type Jim Fahad. You can type here your name, then production. So it's Jim Fahad production, and here I want to make it to heading 1. And here is a quick note for you: don't use more than one heading 1 into a single page. You can use multiple heading 2, heading 3 inside a single page, but only use one heading 1 into one page. It's a good practice for search engine optimization. Now I want to make it alignment center, so here I'm selecting the center option. Now let's go under the style tab. First I want to make its color to white. So from here, this color picker, I want to make it white color like this. And then let's now click on typography. First click on font family here. I want to make it Poppins font. This one, this is a Google font. Let's select this font. I will show you a little bit later how you can set global font family. So each time when you create a new heading, you don't need to set the font family particularly each time. I will show you how to do that globally. For now, let's do the other things. Like here I want to increase the font size. Let's drag this to the right. Let's make it 74 like this. I know it's huge and I want to make it huge. Now let's click on font weight. I want to make it really bold, so I'm selecting the 900. Then I want to increase the letter spacing a bit, so I'm dragging it to the right. Let's make it 1. Alright, now I want to take another heading underneath this. So you know, I can go to this Rubik's Cube icon and I can drag a heading underneath here, but I can also do that another way. Like here you can see this pencil icon. If I right click here and just simply if I click here duplicate, here is another heading duplicated. And like I said, we shouldn't use more than one heading 1 into a page. So right now I'm selecting this one. Let's click on this pencil icon and I want to make this one to heading 2. Alignment center is fine, but instead of Jim Fahad production here, I want it to say you deserve to be seen. Now let's go under style tab. Let's go to its typography. Click here. I want to make its font size to default heading 2 size, so I'm removing this one. And then I want to make it font weight really thin, so here font weight, let's make it 200 like this. And I want to make it all uppercase, so let's click on transform and I want to select the uppercase. Then here is the letter spacing. I want to make the letter spacing a lot more, so I'm dragging it to the full right to 10 like this. Alright, now let's go to advanced tab here. Now I want to add some margin at the top, but negative margin. So first let's just click here to unbind the all margins, because I only want to add some margin at the top. So let's click here at the down arrow to add negative margin. Let's keep it -16 like this, and let's now select this one heading. So I'm clicking here on this one's pencil icon, and let's now go its advanced tab here. Let's unbind the margin, and here I only want to add some negative margin at the bottom. So again I'm clicking on this down arrow here, -16 like this. You know what's the reason? Because I want to add a divider in between these two headings. So let's just go to this Rubik's Cube icon, and here you can see a widget, it's divider widget. So I'm just dragging this divider widget in between these two headings here. Maybe you cannot see the divider properly because its color is black and our background is also blackish. So first let's go to its style and color. I want to make its color to white like this, and weight 1 is fine. The gap is 15, it's huge. I want to make the space to maybe 5 like this. And let's now go to this content tab here. Here you can see the width. I want to make the width to 20 or 25% like this, and then alignment I want to make it centered aligned. Awesome, it looks perfect right now. Now underneath this heading I want to add 2 buttons. So let's first click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and first I want to drag an inner section. So let's just drag this inner section underneath this heading here. So inside this left column I want to take a button, and inside the right column I want to take another button. So now let's click here on this plus icon. Same thing, you can click here on this Rubik's Cube icon, or you can click here on this plus icon. Now let's drag a button inside this column. First I want to make this alignment to right. So here alignment, let's make it right, and by default it says click here. So instead of click here I want it to say check our services, and I want to link this button to our services page. So here under link I'm linking it to our services page. So / then services. So it's now linked to our services page. Then from here you can make the button size to medium, or you can make it extra large like this. Okay, let's keep it small, and then go under style tab. First click on the typography font family. I want to make it Poppins, and like I said I will show you a little bit later how you can set these fonts globally, so each time you don't have to put font family specifically in this way. Now let's set the font size to 14 pixel. Let's set the font weight to 600, and let's make the transform to all uppercase, and then letter spacing, let's make it a bit bigger, like 2.5 or 3. Okay, it's looking good. Now click outside. Here is the option for adding text color and background color. So let's first click on background color on this color picker. Here I want to add a greenish color, so I'm typing the color code hashtag then 66FCF1. so actually it's not green. What should I say, a baby green color, whatever, but I like this color. And here I want to show you another thing. Right now our this green or sky blue or baby sky blue, whatever I name this color, if we want to use this color multiple times into our page, so we can save this color here inside this color picker. All we need to do, as this color is selected, we just need to click here on this plus icon. So this color is added into this panel. email, so we can use it later. Alright, now click outside and text color, let's click here. Now I'm giving it that blackish color, hashtag 05396B. Also I want to save this color, so let's click on this plus. It's also added to our picker. Now let's click outside. Now let's add some border with this button. So here border type, let's select the solid border and I want to give it width to 2 pixel, and here is the color option. I want to select that green color. We cannot see the difference yet, but you can see the animation on the hover, so just make it the same color as your background color. And I don't want to add any border radius, so I'm making it to 0, and I want to add some padding inside of this button. So let's first unbind this padding. I want to give it to top 14 pixel and on the right 35 pixel, then bottom 14 pixel, and left let's add 35 pixel like this. Now have a look. If we hover over on it, nothing happens, but I want to add some hover effect. So from left here you can see a option says hover. Let's now click here, then here text color, I want it to change on hover to this green color. So let's have a look. If we hover over on it, the text changes to that greenish color, but here the background color I want to make it transparent on hover. So to make the color transparent, here you can see a bar under here. I'm just dragging it to the very left like this. Now click outside. Have a look. Now if I hover over on it, the background becomes transparent, and this time we can see the text properly. Cool. Also here we have option for adding animation. Here you can see hover animation. So click here. Let's say if you add the pulse animation, so if you hover over on it, you can see the pulse animation. Also if we select the, let's say, push animation, and if we hover over, you can see the push animation. Also if we select the bounce in effect and hover over on it, you can see the bounce in effect. But here I want to add buzz out effect, so I'm searching for buzz out. Here is the buzz out one, so let's select this one. Now if I hover over on it, you can see the cool buzz out effect. Alright, now in the same way we can create another button here inside this column, but you know, we don't need to recreate it from scratch. We can just right click on this pencil icon here, and I'm just clicking on copy. Now move your mouse inside this right column and right click. Now click on paste. Awesome. Now let's do some customization. So let's click on this one's pencil icon. I want to make its alignment to left, and here instead of check our services, I want it to say contact us now, and I want it to link it to our contact us page. Also I want to reverse the design here, so let's go to style. Here in normal mode I want to keep the text color to that greenish color, and the background color I want to make it transparent by dragging it to the left like this, and on hover I want to change the text color to that black or bluish color, and then on the background color I want to add that greenish color, and I want to remove the transparency. Alright, now if we hover over on this button, it looks cool, it becomes green, and if we hover over on this button, it's the reverse of this button. Perfect. So when you are done with editing of any section or anything, don't forget to click here underneath on this update button to save your work. It's very important, otherwise you may lose all these things you have done. So each time you make a change, then don't forget to click here on this update button. Alright, our top banner is done. Now I want to create our next section, that's our services section. But before that, like I said, I want to set the global font family. So each time we create a heading or paragraph, we don't need to set the font family each time. So let's do the global settings for that. To do it, first let's go to that the very top left. Here you can see the hamburger icon. Let's click here, and then you can see the option for default fonts. Let's click here. So here's the primary headline, secondary headline, body text, accent text, all these. Let's now click click here primary headline. I want to make its font family to Poppins and font weight to 900. Also for the secondary headline, I want to select it to Poppins and font weight to 900. And for body text, I also want to select the Poppins font, but I want to make the font weight to 400 the way it is. And let's now click on accent text. Also I want to make it to Poppins, then font weight I want to make it also 400 like this. And after changing all these fonts, don't forget to click here at the top on apply, this green apply button. Let's click here. Alright, now if we take any new heading, that will automatically get the Poppins font and the default font weight we have set here globally. Now let's create our next section. It will be our service section. So let's click here on this plus icon. This time I also want to take this single column structure. I want to make it full width. So let's now click on stretch, and I want to add some space at the top and bottom. So let's go under advanced tab. Let's unbind the padding because I only want to add some padding at the top, 100 pixel and 100 pixel padding at the bottom like this. Now let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon here. Now first I want to take an intersection widget here inside of this column. So I'm dragging this intersection inside this column. So this is our left column and this is our right column, but I want to make this left column width more bigger than the right column. So we can do that very easily. You can see if you put your mouse in between these two, you can just simply drag it to the right. I want to drag it more, maybe a little more. I want to keep the left column to 65% and the right column 35% like this. So first inside the left column I want to put a heading. So let's drag a heading inside here, and I want it to say services with a smile, and I want to make it heading 6. Then now go under style tab here. Let's click on color. I want to make it to that blue color. Now let's go inside typography here. Let's make the font size to 14 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 600. Let's make the transform to all uppercase, and here letter spacing let's increase a bit. Let's keep it 2. Alright, now click on this Rubik's Cube icon again. I want to take another heading underneath this subheading. So in this heading I want it to say best services for you. And you know what, under this best services I want to give a line break. So I'm putting my cursor here and just hitting enter. Let's remove this space like this, and by default it's H2, that means heading 2, it's fine. Now go under style tab. Let's change the text color to that bluish color. Now click on typography. I want to make the font size really big, so let's make it 60 pixel like this. Then underneath this heading I want to take a paragraph. So let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon and drag a text editor underneath this heading. Now instead of this dummy text I want to put some real text here. Now let's go under style tab. Here is the text color option. Let's click this color picker. I also want to make this to that bluish color. Alright, now on this left column I want to add some spaces. So let's first click on this left column icon here. So the first thing I want to make this vertical alignment to center. So here you can see vertical align. Let's make it to middle, and then go to under advanced tab here. Let's unbind the margin, and I only want to give it margin right 15 pixel and margin left to 15 pixel. Also let's add some padding. So unbind the padding first. I want to give it 35 pixel padding at the top and 35 pixel padding at the bottom. Alright, now here inside the right column I want to add one of our services. So first let's click on this plus icon. Here I want to insert an icon box element. So from the left bar I'm here searching for icon. Here you can see icon box. So I'm just dragging here inside inside the right column. Now here, instead of this is the heading, I want to change it to blogging websites. And then instead of this dummy text, I want to put some real text. Then here is the icon position top. Here it's fine. Title HTML tag, it's heading 3, it's fine. Now I want to change this star icon to a blogging looking icon. So here I'm searching for a blog icon. This one looks fine, so let's select this one and click on insert. Alright, now let's do some styling. So let's go under the style tab here. So this is the style options for icon, and here under the content, this is all the styling option for content. I mean this heading and this paragraph. So first let's click on this icon option. Let's set the primary color to that bluish color, and then here is spacing 15. Let's make it a little bit more like 20, and also if you want you can increase the size by dragging it to the right, or you can decrease that by dragging it to the left, but I want to keep it default, so I'm removing it. Also here is a cool option, that's rotation. If you drag it to the right, you can see the icon is now rotating, so you can do all this kind of cool stuff with this, but I want to keep it default. Let's now click on this content tab. Let's make the title spacing to 5 like this, and the color I want to make it also that bluish color. Now let's click on the typography. Everything looks fine. I just want to make the font weight to 300 like this. Now click outside. Here is the description. I also want to change the color to that bluish color, and then typography, I want to make the font size to 14 pixel. Then font weight, I want to make it to make lighter like 300, and let's make the letter spacing a bit more. 1, yes, 1 looks fine. Now let's go under advanced tab. Here I want to add some padding, so let's first unbind the padding, and I want to add 15 pixel padding at the top, 25 pixel padding at the right, 15 pixel padding at the bottom, and 25 pixel padding at the left. Oops, here right, I also want to add 25 pixel like this. Then here underneath this text, I want to add a button. So if we now go to this Rubik's Cube icon, and if we drag this button underneath here, you can see the default button here, but I don't want to redesign it like this top button, so I'm just deleting this one. Right click here and delete it. Instead, you know what, I'm just copying this button from here, so right click here on this pencil icon and click copy, then scroll down, keep your mouse cursor here and right click, then click on paste. Alright, and you know we need to do some customization on this button, because the purpose of this button is, you see, it's a single service. It's about blogging website service, and you know we have created a different page under the services. So we have a different services page for blog service, so I want to link this button to that specific blog service page. So first let's click on this pencil icon, and instead of linking it to the contact page, I want to link it to blog service page. Now let's go under the style tab. Here instead of this light green color, I want to make the text color to that bluish color, also the border color to that bluish color. Alright, and on hover I also want to change the background color, so let's now click on hover. On hover I want to change the background color to this bluish color, and the text color to that light green color, this one. So if we now hover over on it, it looks like this, way better. Also I want to make this button size a little bit smaller, so from left here is the border padding, not border padding, only this button padding. So instead of 1435, I want to give it 10 pixel padding at the top, 30 pixel at the right, 10 pixel at the bottom, and 30 pixel on the left. Also I want to reduce the font size, so I'm clicking here on typography. I want to make it to 12 pixel. Actually 14 pixel looks good, so let's keep it the way it is. But I want to make this alignment to center, so let's click on the content and alignment. Let's keep it centered. Alright, now let's click on this column icon here because I want to add some spacing. So let's go under advanced tab here, unbind the margin, and let's add 15 pixel margin at the right and 15 pixel on the left, and let's add some padding. So first unbind the padding, let's add 35 pixel padding at the top and 35 pixel padding at the bottom. Cool. Now I want to add some box shadow with it. So to do that, here the column icon is selected, and let's go now under the style tab. Here you can see the border option. Let's expand this. Here you will find the option for box shadow. Let's click here on this pencil icon. First let's click on this color. By default it's set to 0.5, but I want to make it more transparent, so let's keep it 0.3 by dragging it to the left like this. Then click outside. Here let's keep the horizontal to -2 like this, and the vertical one let's increase a bit like 4, or let's make it 3. And then blur, let's increase the blur a bit more like 30, or let's make it 40. And spread, I want to add some negative spread, so -15 is fine. Alright, now the last thing I want to do, I want to add a hover effect on this whole column. So here you see the column icon is selected and we are under the style tab. Let's now click on background. So there is no background added on normal mode, but on hover, let's click on hover. I want to add a background color on hover. So here background type, let's select this paintbrush tool icon. Now click on this color picker and I want to select that greenish color. Now click outside. Here is the transition duration, by default 0.3, it's fine. Now let's have a look. If we hover over on this column, it becomes green. It looks really cool. Now I want to add more services, so let's scroll down here underneath this area. I mean at this place I want to add more services. So to do that, let's first go to the top right corner and click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and let's drag this inner section right underneath here. Now you know what, I just want to copy this column. Click on copy, and inside this column let's right click here and click on paste. Alright, now here I want to add some margin at the top of this inner section. So let's just click on these 6 dots and now go under advanced tab, unbind the margin, and I only want to add margin top 30 pixel like this. Now let's delete this empty column here. Right click here and click on delete, and I want to duplicate this column multiple times. So here hover over on this edit column icon, right click and then click on duplicate, and I want to duplicate it one more time. So right click here and click on duplicate, and I want to delete this right empty column. So right click here and click on delete. Alright, now I just want to replace these icons with other icons and this services text with other text, and then the button links to that specific service page. Like right now, as we have copied it from this top blogging website services, so this button is also now linked to here. You can see blog services page. So I'm changing all these icons, these titles, this text and button links really quick, and then I'm coming back to you. Alright, I have changed all these icons, these headings, I mean this services name, this text and all these links to their specific services pages. And this section looks really great, and the hover effects looks also great. Now so far what we have done to save it, let's click here on this update button here. Now let's create our next section. In this section I want to talk about ourselves a little bit. So a short description about our theme, and then we can add a call to action button. Then we can link that button to our About Us page. Okay, let's do it. Now let's click on this plus icon here, and this time I also want to take this single structure. I want to make it twisted full width, so I'm selecting this one. And like other sections, I also want to add some breathing space at the top and bottom. So let's unbind the padding. I want to add 100 pixel padding at the top and 100 pixel padding at the bottom. Now let's go under Style tab. Here first I want to add a background color, so click on this paintbrush tool, then click on this color picker, and I want to select that greenish color. Then at the same time I also want to add an image background. So let's now click here on this image to choose the image. Now go to upload files, click on select files. Now from inside this folder I want to select this image. Now click on open. Now click insert media. Most probably you cannot see it correctly because it's a PNG image. Actually it's a tiny globe shape to just give this area a little bit texture. In this time I want to give this background image a custom position. So from here position, let's make it to custom, and X position, I want to give the X position in VW, so that means in vertical width, and I want to give it 30 VH. And then the Y position, I also want to give it in VH, and I want to give it 40 VH or 42. Then here you can see the option for repeat. I want to make it repeat. And finally here's the size. I want to make it to contain. So most probably you cannot see it properly, but it makes a nice texture on this background of this section. Alright, now I want to take an inner section. So let's click on this plus icon, and I'm dragging an inner section inside here. And again, like the above section, I want to make the left section width reduced to maybe 30, or let's make it 35% like this. Now inside this left column I want to add an image, so let's click on this plus icon, and this time I'm dragging an image widget inside this column here. Now let's select the image, let's click on choose image, go to upload files, select files, and this time I want to select this image. Let's now click on open. Now click insert media. Here we can see the image, but I think it looks super large, so I want to make the size large to medium large. Also I want to make this area looks really cool, so just follow with me. First go to the advanced section. Remember we're on this image widget level, so let's click on this pencil icon and let's go to under advanced tab. Let's first unbind the margin, and I want to add some negative margin on the right, so I want to add minus 18 pixel of margin on the right and 50 pixel margin on the left. Then I also want to add a bit shadow with this image, so from here let's click on border. From here box shadow, let's select this. So from here let's make the horizontal to 15 and vertical let's make it 30. Blur let's make it 50 or 55 like this. And spread, of course I want to give it some negative spread, so maybe minus 30. Yep. And here's the color, it's by default 0.5. I want to reduce it more, like 0.3. Okay, all right. Now let's select the column element, sorry, the column level, this column icon, and now I want to give this column a background color. So let's now go under the style tab. Now go to background type, click on this pen tool brush icon. Color, I want to give it that bluish color like this, and then go to layout. I want to make the vertical alignment to middle. Now here let's make sure this column is selected, and now go under advanced tab. Here I want to add some padding at the top and bottom. So let's first unbind the padding, and I want to add some padding at the top, let's say 60 pixel. Yep, and bottom let's add 60 pixel like this. Alright, now let's go to our right column here. Let's click on this plus icon, and like above here we want to take first a subheading and then a main heading. So let's just go to top here, right click here and click on copy, and then go back here, right click inside this column and click on paste. We can see it here, but no worries because we will add some padding at the left, so it will be aligned here, no problem. Let's now go to top, and I want to also copy our main heading, so right click here, copy. Now go back here on this column, right click here and click on paste. Alright, so now click on this column icon again, and now go under advanced tab here. Now this time I want to add some padding, but not in pixel. This time I want to give the padding in percentage, and then unbind the link here. I want to give it 5% padding at the top, 5% padding at the bottom, and 15% padding at the left. So it's now aligned here properly, and here instead of best services for you, I want to change the text, so replacing the text with this text, and then I want to reduce the font size a little bit. So let's click here on this pencil icon and go under style tab. Let's click on typography. I want to make this font size to 50. Yep. Now underneath that I want to add a divider, so let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and here is a divider. Let's drag this underneath this heading here. I want to make the alignment to left, and width let's make it 10%. Now let's go under style. Color, I want to give it the same bluish color, and here is the weight. I want to give the weight to 4. Yep, it looks good. And gap, let's reduce the gap to 0, or let's keep a little bit like 2. Now underneath this divider I want to add a paragraph, so let's click here Rubik's Cube icon and drag a text editor here underneath. And now I want to replace this dummy text with some real text, and here I also want to show you if you want to add any link within this text. Like here you can see cost efficient solution, so if I select this text you can see a tooltip at the top. Here you can see an link icon. Let's click here. So if we want to link it to our services page, we can do that, just / then services like this, then click here or hit enter. Cool, so this text is now linked to our services page. Now the last thing I want to do with this section, I want to add another button here. So we can just simply copy a button from here. Let's right click here and copy this button. Now then scroll down here inside, put your cursor here and right click, then click on paste. Now here this button I want to make this one alignment to left, and instead of see details I want it to say see about us, and I want to link it to our about page, and I want to make this button a little bit bigger. So let's go under the style tab here. Now click on typography. I want to make the font size a bit bigger, maybe 16 pixel like this, and then here scroll down. Here you can see the padding. Also I want to increase the padding a little bit, so here instead of 10 let's make it 12. Here instead of 30 let's make it 35 at the right. Also on the bottom let's make it 12, and left let's make it 35. Perfect. And the last thing, I forgot to change this heading text, the subheading text. Let's click here, and I just want to change it to what we do, this text. Alright, we're done with this section. Let's now create our next section. So this is our testimonial section, the most important section you should have inside of your website, because it doesn't matter what you tell about you or about your business, but what your client says about you, that really matters. So let's now create our testimonial section. First let's click on this plus icon. This time again again I want to select this single column structure. Let's now click here to stretch the section and go under advanced tab because I want to add some padding at the top. 100 pixel, oops, not 1000, 100 and 100 pixel padding at the bottom. Now let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon and drag an intersection of widget inside this section. Now here on the left, again I want to copy the subheading and heading from top, so I'm just copying this one. Let's right click here, copy it, and let's just go to the bottom here. Put your cursor inside the left column, right click and click on paste. Then again I'm going above to copy the text. Here I want to copy this main heading, right click here, now click on copy. Now scroll down here underneath, just right click here and I'm clicking on paste. But here instead of best services for you, I want it to say what our clients say about us. But here after what our, I want to put a line break here, and now I want to make it more bigger, so let's go under style tab and from here typography. Right now it's 60, I want to make it more bigger, maybe 70. Yep. And here instead of services with a smile, I want it to say testimonials. And then underneath this heading I want to add another text editor, so I'm dragging it underneath this text, and instead of this dummy text I want to put some real text. And then underneath I want to add a button, so I'm dragging a button underneath this text editor. Let's delete the default one, so I'm right clicking here and click on delete. Let's just copy a button from top. Let's copy this one, right click here and click on copy. Let's now scroll down and put your cursor here underneath the paragraph and right click here, then click on paste. Now I just want to make it alignment to the left, and instead of check our services I want it to say contact us, and I want to link it to our contact page. Alright, now on the right column I want to put testimonial widget. So let's click here on this plus icon, and here I'm searching for testimonial. So here it is, this widget. Let's drag this testimonial widget on the right column here. Now here first, instead of this dummy text, I want to put some real feedback from my client, and then here I want to upload my client's picture, her headshot. So from left, let's click here to choose image. Now let's go to upload files, click on select files. Now from under headshots folder I want to select one of my client's picture. Now click on open. Now click on insert media. Now here I want to put her real name inside this name field, and then inside title I want to put her role. Then if you want you can link it to any other website or to your client's website. You can do that from here. And then here is image position is aside, also you can make it top like this, but I want to keep it aside because I want to make it alignment to left. Okay, now let's go under style tab here. Let's select the text color to that bluish color, and let's now click here on typography. I want to make the font size to 16 pixel, and let's make the font weight to 400. Alright, now let's expand the image option here. Here you can increase or decrease the image size. I want to keep it like this, 60. I don't want to give it any border, but if you want to add any border you can do that from here like this, but I don't want that, so I'm selecting the none option. Now let's expand the name option. For name, the default bluish color is fine. Let's now click on typography. I want to make the font size for this title. I want to make the font size for the name to 16 pixel. and let's make the letter spacing a bit more, maybe 1. Yep. Now click outside, and here is the title. Let's expand this. I want to keep the color same, but I want to make it a little bit transparent, so I'm just dragging the transparency at the middle like this, or maybe a bit more like this. Alright, it looks perfect to me. Now let's go under Advanced tab. Let's add some margin and padding. So first let's unbind the margin. Let's add 15 pixel of margin at the right and 15 pixel on the left. And let's unbind the padding, or we can give all around the padding together. So let's bind it again, and let's give it 30 pixel, or maybe a little bit more, 35. Perfect. Now I want to add some box shadow with it, with this testimonial. So from left here, let's click on border, then click here on this box shadow. The color transparency 0.5 is fine for this. Horizontal 0 is fine. Let's make the vertical to 10. Blur, let's make it 30 or 35, and spread, of course, negative spread, so I want to keep it 14. Okay, it looks really great now. Now I want to duplicate it one more time. So to do it, just right click here on this pencil icon and click on duplicate. And you may notice this left column is not vertically aligned, so let's click on this column icon, and here you can see the option for vertical align. Let's make it vertical alignment to middle. Perfect. So if you have more clients testimonial, like here you can see only 2, so if you have more testimonials, you can just click here on this Rubik's Cube icon, and you can drag another inner section here underneath and drop it here. Then you already know what to do. Just right click here, copy it, and inside this column right click here and click on paste, and then also on this right column right click here and click on paste. Awesome. Now you just need to change this text, different client images, their name, their company name. So I have my clients' real testimonials, their real images. So I'm changing those really quickly, and I'm coming back to you. Okay, I have just replaced all the real testimonials of my clients with their headshots, their name, and their company name. And now this section looks really great. Now let's create the last section of our home page. That's the companies we work for section. So where we will add some logos of our clients' companies, and we can make a slideshow with those logos. So let's do it. And on this section, I also want to add a background like this area. So let's do it really quickly. So let's just click on this plus icon, take a single column structure, make it straight. Now go to Advanced tab, give it some padding at the top and bottom like this. And let's now go under the Style tab. Now let's give it a background color and image together like the above section. So background color, let's select this greenish color, and image. Let's select the globe texture from here and click on insert media, and like the above section, I want to give it position to a custom position. Again, X position in VW, that means vertical width, so let's give it the same 30 pixel, and Y position in VH like above, let's give it 42. And here is repeat, let's make it repeat, and size, let's make it contain. Alright, now just copy a heading from here. So I'm just right clicking here, let's copy this heading, and let's scroll down here, right click, and then click on paste. And here instead of this heading, I want it to say companies we work for, and I want to make the alignment to centered. And let's now go under the Style tab, from here typography, typography. Instead of 70, I want to make this one 60 pixel. Now underneath this heading, I want to create an image carousel. So let's now just click on Rubik's Cube icon here at the top, and here I'm searching for carousel. So this one, because other two carousel are premium. So if you want to use other carousel, you need to purchase Elementor Pro. That of course a good one, because I personally use Elementor Pro for daily uses. So if you want to use Elementor Pro, I will put that link on the description as well. Not only this carousel, Elementor Pro has tons of cool other widgets and elements that will make your life more easier. But as we are creating this website using Elementor free, so for now let's use this one, this image carousel. Just drag this and drop underneath this heading here. It's empty because we have not added any image. So to insert images inside this carousel, we need to go to the left here. Here you can see no images selected. So let's click on this plus, and let's now go to upload files, click on select files. Now here from this brands folder, I want to select all these brand logos together, then click on open. So these 5 images or logos are uploaded together. So now click on add a new gallery. So from here you can order or reorder these images like this, or here by clicking this reverse order you can reverse all the images. Okay, now click on insert gallery. So here you can see the logos, but you cannot see it properly because we need to make some changes from left. So here you can see image size is thumbnail, so let's set it to full. Let's click here on full. Then slides to show, let's make it 5 or let's make it 4 like this. Alright, then here slides to scroll, let's make it 1. And then image stretch, no, I don't want the image to be stretched. And here's the navigation option, and on the navigation I only want the arrows on the left and right. I don't want these dots on this carousel. So from this option navigation, I want to select only arrows, and then the default options are fine. Now let's scroll up. Let's go under style tab here. Now by default the arrows position is inside, but I want to make it outside, and I want to change the arrows color because you may not see the arrows because it's like whitish, but I want to make it to our black color. So let's click on this color picker, and I want to make it this bluish or blackish color. Perfect. Let's now click here on this update button to save our work. So we're done with our home page. The only thing remain on the home page is the footer, and also we will create a sub footer on our home page and all other pages. So we can create the footer and sub footer after creating all other pages. We can do that at the very last. Otherwise, so far our home page looks super sleek, super modern design. All these sections looks really cool. I love this page. Now to make it more cool, we can add some animation within this page. So let's do it. Alright, so we start from first. Let's add some animation with this main heading, Jim Fahad Production. So let's click here on this pencil icon. Now from under advanced tab, here you can see motion effects. Let's click here. Now click here entrance animation. In this one I want to give it zoom in effect. Cool. Alright, now let's go to the next section. Here within each column I want to add some zoom in effect. So let's click here first on this column, and under advanced tab let's click on motion effects. Now select entrance animation. Here I also want to give it zoom in, and animation duration I want to give it slow like this. I also want to do the same with this column, so let's click here, go under Advanced tab, here Motion Effects, Entrance Animation, let's select Zoom in, and Animation Duration, let's make it also slow. And as this column, this column, this column, this column, they are all designs are same, so we can simply just copy this one's style and paste the style within these columns. So to do it, just right click here on this column, click on copy, and this time hover over on this column icon, right click here. Instead of clicking on paste, just click on paste style. So if we now click on this column icon and go to Advanced tab, now click on Motion Effects, see here is also the entrance animation added. So let's do the same with all others. So right click on this column and just click on paste style, not paste. Again here with this column, right click here, instead of paste, let's click here paste style. Alright, now let's scroll down to the next section. Here I want to create a really cool animation. So to do it, first click on this background column, the blue column. Let's click on this column icon here, then from under Advanced tab, let's click here on Motion Effects, Entrance Animation. Here I want to give it rotate in upright, this one, rotate in upright. So let's select this. Alright, but I also want to add some animation on this image, so let's now click on this pencil icon. From under Advanced tab, let's click here on Motion Effects, and I want to give it entrance animation to zoom in or zoom in left like this. Also animation duration, I want to set slow for it, and animation delay, I also want to add 1000 ms delay for it. Awesome. Actually 1000 ms means 1000 millisecond, so that's actually 1 second delay. Then now scroll down. I also want to add some animations with all these testimonials, so let's click on this pencil icon here, and from under Advanced tab here you can see Motion Effects. Let's click on Entrance Animation, and I want to give it zoom in up. Also animation duration, I want to set it to slow like this. Cool. And as all these testimonial sections design are same, so we can just copy it. So right click on this pencil icon, click on copy, and then right click here on this pencil icon and just click on paste style. Also on this testimonial, right click here and click on paste style. Also on this testimonial, right click here and click on paste style. Alright, it's already a slider, so we don't need to add any extra animation with it. Now let's click here on this update button to save our work. Now let's click on this eyeball icon to preview our home page. So far, how is it looking? So let's now click on this preview icon. Here you can see the animation with nice banner. It looks great. Now let's scroll down to the next section. Here you can also see the animations with all the services. Now let's scroll down. Here you can see this nice animation. Now let's scroll down. Here you can see all this testimonial pops up really nicely, and here underneath we have all the logos, the company logos we have to work with. And like I said, here we can see the global footer, but we will change this footer later after creating our other pages. Alright, so far it looks super modern, super sleek. So now let's create our next pages. And as already you are familiar with Elementor Page Builder, so we will be creating our next pages really quickly. But before we start creating other pages, I want to show you another thing, that is how we can reuse any section we have created. Like here you can see on the home page we have created these companies we work for section, so we can save this section as a template and we can reuse that on other other pages. So how can I do that? So first let's click here on this section icon. Here you can see the 6 dots. Now right click here and then click here save as template. Now let's name it companies section and then click on save to save it. You see this section has been saved inside my templates. I will show you later how can we reuse that on other pages. So for now let's close this and we have clicked on update button to save our page. So let's now create our next page, that's our about page. So first let's go back to our WordPress admin panel. Let's now click here on exit to dashboard. Now from dashboard under pages, let's click here all pages. Now let's create our about page. So here is our about page. Let's now click here edit, then click this big button says edit with Elementor. So first on this page I want to create a banner. So to do it, let's click on this plus icon. I want to select a single structure. Let's make it stretch and then go under advanced tab as we want to add some padding at the top and bottom. So first unbind it, let's add 100 pixel padding at the top and 100 pixel padding at the bottom. Let's now go under the style tab here, click on this background type pin brush tool icon. Color I want to give it, okay, instead of giving it a solid background color, let's add an background image. So let's click here choose image. Let's go to upload files, select files. I want to select this image. Let's click on open. Now click on insert media. Now let's fix the position. So here's the position. Let's make it center and let's make the repeat to no repeat and size let's make it cover. Also I want to give it a background overlay. So let's click here. So here's the background type. Let's give it that bluish color and then here's the opacity. I want to increase it a bit, so let's keep it 0.7 and here is the blend mode. I want to make it darken. Also I want to increase the height of this whole section, so let's click here on the 6 dots and let's go under layout. From here height, let's give it a minimum height and instead of pixel I want to give the height in VH and I want to give it 50. Now here inside first I want to add a heading 1, so I'm dragging a heading here. I want it to say about us and I want to make it heading 1. Alignment, let's make it center. Now let's go under the style tab. I want to make the text color to white. Now click on typography. Let's make the font size to 74 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 900 and let's give it a little bit letter spacing, maybe 1. Yep. Alright, now underneath this I want to add a divider. So here is a divider. Let's drag this under this heading. I want to make its width to 20 or 25% and alignment, let's make it centered. Now let's go under the style tab. Let's make the color to white and then weight, let's keep it 1 and gap, let's make it 5. Alright, but I think the gap in between this heading and this divider is huge. So to reduce it, let's click on this heading and let's go under advanced tab. Here I want to add some negative margin at the bottom. So let's first unbind it and I want to give it some negative margin, maybe -20. Yep, perfect. Alright, now let's create our next section. Click on this plus icon. This time I also want to select this single column structure. Let's now go under advanced tab, unbind the padding. Let's give it 100 pixel padding at the top and 100 pixel padding at the bottom. Now here first I want to add an inner section. So let's click on plus and drag an inner section inside here. So here inside the left column, like our home pages, I want to add first subheading, then heading, then a paragraph, and then maybe a button. Now I want to show you a trick. Like if we go to our home page here, so first let's go to our WordPress dashboard and from there let's go to all pages and here is our home page. As we have created our home page using Elementor, so you can see here edit with Elementor. So let's now click here. So in this tab here is the home page opened within Elementor Page Builder, and here on the other tab here we are creating our About Us page. So actually we can copy any widget or element that we have designed already on the home page. Like here you can see here we have designed a heading 6. So on this pencil icon, if we right click here and just copy it, then on the other tab on our About Us page, inside the left column, if we put our cursor here and right click here, then click on paste, see how easily we can take a pre-designed elements from the home page that we have created earlier. How cool is that? So here instead of services with a smile, I want it to say the secret ingredient. Then underneath that I want to add another heading. Let's drag this heading underneath this subheading, and here I want it to say why us, because we care. Now underneath that I want to add some text. So let's drag this text editor underneath this heading here, and then instead of this dummy text I want to put some real copy. Now underneath this paragraph I want to add a button. So if we now drag a button underneath this paragraph, you see we get the default button of Elementor, but we don't want that as we have already designed that on our home page. So let's right click here and delete it. So on the other tab, let's go to our home page. Let's say we want to take this button that we already have designed. So just right click on this pencil icon and click on copy. Now go back to our other tab, our About Us page. Put your cursor here underneath the paragraph, right click here and click on paste. Awesome. Now here instead of see about us, I want it to say contact us, and I want to link it to our contact page. Alright, now on this column I want to add some spacing. So let's click on this column icon. First I want to make the vertical alignment to middle, and let's now go under advanced tab. Now let's unbind the padding. I want to add 10 pixel padding at the top, 30 on the right, 10 pixel at the bottom, and 30 pixel on the left. Now let's go to the right column. Let's click on this column icon. I also want to make this one alignment vertical alignment to middle, and I want to give it a background color. So let's go under style tab. Here is background type, click here, and background color I want to give it that bluish color. Also I want to add some spacing, so let's go under advanced tab. Now let's add 50 pixel padding all around with it, but let's unbind it because on top I want to give it 40 pixel. Alright, now click on this Rubik's Cube icon. First I want to drag a heading inside the right column. We cannot see the heading because its color and background color is similar. So let's first go under style tab, and here is the text color. Let's make it the greenish color, and also let's go to content. Here on the title I want it to say our worldwide clients, and let's give it a line break before clients. Just put your cursor here and hit enter. Alright, now here I want to make it heading 3, and let's make the alignment to centered. Now let's go under style tab. Now let's select the typography. I want to make the font size to 30 pixel. Let's make the weight to more thinner, maybe 300, and let's make the transform to all uppercase, and let's add some letter spacing. Let's make it 2. Also I want to add some margin at the bottom, so let's unbind the margin, and I only want to add 15 pixel of margin at the bottom. Alright, now here underneath this heading I want to put some progress bar. So let's go to here, click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and from this search bar I'm searching for progress bar. So here it is. Let's just drag this progress bar underneath this heading. So from here you can take multiple progress bar, like here it says web designer 50%. So using the progress bar, like if you're a web designer, you know HTML, CSS, PHP, WordPress, so you can just duplicate this progress bar like this. And let's say on the first progress bar you want to say HTML, your HTML score you can give it 50%, or you can make it 100% by dragging it to the right like that. But I want to design design it in a different way to look it more cool. So first let's click on this pencil icon, right click here and delete this one. So let's start with this one, the first progress bar. And here at the top of progress bar, actually here is a heading. You can see here at this moment we cannot see it because the background color is bluish and this text color is also bluish. So first, instead of my scale, I wanted to say from here left, let's say Canada, because in this progress bar I want to show the world how many countries clients I serve and how many projects I have done for them as a country basis. So I want to use this progress bar on that way. So here percentage, I want to make it 60, or let's keep it 65, and here display percentage, so the number 65%, I want to hide that. So here display percent, let's make it hide, and instead of web designer I wanted to say 130 plus completed projects, like this. Now let's go under style tab here. Now first let's make the color to that greenish color, and the background color I want to make it more transparent like this, 0.4. Actually you need to first select a color, so let's select a grayish color and then let's reduce the transparency like this. Alright, now it makes more sense. Now let's make the height to 20, or let's make it 25, and then the inner text color, let's make it that blue color. Now you can see it properly here. Now let's expand the title style from here. First let's select the text color to that greenish color. So now you can see here the Canada text properly. Also I want to do some property work, I mean the typography work. So let's click here, let's make the font size to 14 pixel, weight to 400, transform, let's make it all uppercase. Also letter spacing, let's make it 3. Awesome. Now I want to duplicate this progress bar, so right click here and click on duplicate. So here instead of Canada I wanted to say US, and I want to make the percentage to 80 plus, maybe 85, because we have done more projects with US clients than Canadian clients. So here inner text I wanted to say 1500 plus completed projects, like that. Now I want to duplicate this couple more time. Right click here, duplicate, right click again, click on duplicate, and right click again, click on duplicate. Now to not only make you bored, I want to change this text and this information really quickly, and then I'm coming back to you. Alright, I have changed all this text and informations. It looks really great now. Let's now create our next section. So in this section, I want to display all of my team members' pictures with their name and their role, and also with their social media accounts links. And I want to make this section design really cool. So first let's click on this plus icon and select this single column structure. To make it full width, let's click here stitch section to turn on. Let's add some padding, so go under advanced tab, unbind the padding at the top 100 and bottom 100. Now let's go under style tab. Now click on the background type. I want to give it a background color to that greenish color, also a background texture, so click on the image. I want to add this texture. Now click on insert media. Like on that homepage section, let's do the same. So position to custom position, X position let's give it in VW, let's give it 30, and Y position let's give it in VH. I want to give it 40. Now here repeat, I want it to be repeated, and size I want to make it contain. Alright, so here first I want to take an inner section, so let's drag an inner section inside here, and I want to make the left column width more bigger. So put your cursor here and drag it to the more right. Let's make it 70%, or let's keep it 66%. Alright, now here inside like this section, I want to put first a heading 6. So let's just right click here, copy it and scroll down. Let's put your cursor inside here, right click and click on paste. So here instead of the secret ingredient, I wanted to say the theme. Then underneath I want to add a heading, so let's drag this heading underneath this subheading here, and I wanna change this heading text to this. So let's add some line break here. Let's hit enter. Also before this by, put your cursor here and hit enter. Now I want to make this text a bit bigger, so let's go under style tab and click on typography. I want to make the font size to 55, or let's make it 54 like this, and let's add a bit line height like 1 or 1.2. Perfect. Now let's click on this column icon because I want to make the vertical alignment to middle. Alright, now I want to start adding our team members. So first I want to include myself on the right column as a team member. So let's first click on this plus icon and let's drag this image widget on this right column here. Here I want to add my image, so let's click on choose image. Now go to upload files, click on select files. Now from inside team folder, here is my image. I'm selecting it and click on open. Now let's click on insert media. It's looking super big because here you can see image size is large, but I wanna make it to a thumbnail size 150 by 150. Let's click here. Now let's go under style tab. I wanna make this image as a rounded image. So to do it, here under style tab you can see border radius. Let's first select the percentage option from here, and if we give it 50% border radius, it becomes rounded. Awesome. Now I want to add some space at the bottom, so let's go under advanced tab, unbind the margin, and I only want to add 15 pixel margin at the bottom. Then underneath this image, let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon. I want to drag a heading underneath this image, and here I wanted to say my name, that's Jim Fahad. I want to make the alignment to center. Let's go under style tab. I want to make its color to white because a few times later we will add a blue background on this column. That's why I'm making it white. Now let's go to typography. The font size, let's make it 22 pixel, and font weight to 600. Let's make the transform to all uppercase, and letter spacing I want to give it 1. Now underneath this heading I want to add some text where I can say about my role or any additional information you want to add. So let's go to Rubik's Cube icon, click here. Now drag a text editor widget underneath this heading. So here instead of this dummy text, I wanted to say founder. Oops, the O is caps. Let's make it smaller. Founder and web expert. Now let's go under style tab. I wanna make the alignment to centered, text color to white. Now let's go to typography. I wanna make the font size to 14 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 400. Transform, let's make it all uppercase. And letter spacing, I wanna add 3. Most probably you cannot see the text properly. Okay, first let's add some negative margin on it. Then we will give it a background color. So for now, let's go under advanced tab here. Let's unbind the margin, and I want to give it minus 20 pixel margin at the top. Okay, now let's add background color on this column. So let's click on this column. Okay, let's first make the vertical alignment to middle, and now go under style tab. From here, background type, let's give it the blue background color, this one. Now you can see the text properly. Now also let's add some spacing on this column. So let's go under advanced tab. Let's add 35 pixel margin. Okay, unbind it, and on bottom I wanna add 20, and on the left I wanna add 10 pixel margin. And let's now unbind the padding, and here I wanna add 35 pixel padding at the top, 15 on the right, 35 on the bottom, and 15 on the left. Then here on this column I wanna create a really nice illusion. So let's go under style tab. Now click on border. First I wanna give it border radius. So unbind the border radius. I only wanna give border radius at the top 50 pixel and bottom 50 pixel. And I wanna create an illusion using the box shadow. So let's click here on this box shadow. First let's select the color. I wanna make it white. So let's first make the opacity to full and let's select the color to white. Alright, now click outside. Oops, click here. So the color is now white. Let's now make the horizontal to 30. The vertical, let's make it -30 or 35. Then let's make the blur to 0 and spread to 0. It looks super cool now. And lastly, underneath the text, I want to add social media links. So let's click on the Rubik's Cube icon and here I'm searching for social. So here is the social icon widget. Let's drag this underneath this text. Now here you can see Facebook, Twitter, YouTube icon. So if you wanna add your Facebook page URL or Twitter handle or YouTube channel link, all you need to do just from left click on this Facebook and here you can see the link. Like here I want to add my Facebook page URL, so I'm pasting my Facebook page URL here. In the same way you can add your Twitter handle link here, your YouTube channel URL here. Also if you wanna add more social media, just click here on add item. Let's say if you want to add your Instagram, so let's click on this icon. From here you can see here is the Instagram icon. Let's click here and click on insert. Then you can put your Instagram URL here on this link field. Alright, now let's design it a bit. So by default the shape is rounded. If you want you can make it square or circle, but I want to keep it rounded and by default the alignment is centered. Let's now go under style tab. Now here instead of official color, because right now you can see the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube official colors, instead of that I want to use custom colors. So I'm selecting here custom. Let's make the primary color, I want to make it fully transparent like this, and then the secondary color I want to make it the green color. Alright, now you can increase the size from here. It's super big. Let's make it 16 and let's now add some spacing. So I'm keeping it 10. I wanna add border, so border type, let's click on solid. Border width I wanna give it 2. Border color I wanna give it this green color, and border radius I wanna give the border radius in percentage because I wanna make it rounded. So let's give it 50 to all side. Awesome. And if we hover over on it, we cannot see any hover effect. So let's click here on icon hover. So here on primary color I wanna give this green color, and on the secondary color I wanna give this bluish color. So if we now hover over on it, the color reverse, it looks really great now. And the last thing, you can see the space between this text and the social icons is huge. So let's go under advanced tab, unbind the margin. I wanna add some negative margin at the top. So I gave it -30 pixel margin at the top. It looks perfect now. Now I wanna add my other team members underneath this section. I mean at this place here. So first let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon and drag an inner section underneath here. And you know already how quickly we can do that. So just right click on this column icon, click on copy, and let's move your cursor inside the left column here. Then right click and then click on paste. Awesome. Okay, let's just delete the right empty column from here. Let's click on delete, and then now right click here again and click on duplicate. Right click here again and click on duplicate. And on the very right empty column I want to delete this one, so let's delete it. So here I can add my other 3 team members here, but I have more team members. So if we want to add more team members, we can just duplicate this whole row. So if we now click on this 6 dot, let's right click here and simply just click on duplicate. Another new row added here underneath. So let's say here I want to add my other team member. All I need need to do, I just need to change his image. So let's click here on this image. Now from left, let's choose the image. Let's now go to upload files, select files. Let's select this team member and click on open. Now click on insert media. This image looks super big, but from image size, if we set it to thumbnail, just click outside anywhere, it will be fixed automatically. Alright, now I want to change his name. So you can type the name here or on the left here. So his name is Jitu Ryan, and then I want to write his role here. He is a WordPress expert, so I want to type here WordPress expert. And then if we click on this Facebook icon, let's now click on this Facebook. So here, instead of my link, here I will put his Facebook page or his personal account link. On the same way, now I want to change all these team members' picture, their name and their role. And again, not only to make you bored, I'm doing it really quickly and then I'm coming back to you. Alright, I have added all my team members. Here you can see all their names, their headshots, their expertise and their all social media links. And also here I want to add some animation with these columns. So first let's add an animation here with this column, and then we can copy the animation with all these columns. So let's click on this column here. Now let's go under advanced tab. From here you can see motion effects. Let's click here. Now here in trends animation, I wanna give it fade in up, this animation, and I wanna add some animation delay a little bit, 150, like this. Now if I want to copy this animation to all these columns, all I need to do, just right click on this column, click on copy, and then now click on this column, right click here, but instead of clicking on paste, just click on paste style. Let's do the same with all these columns. Alright, so we have created our nice about us section, but at the bottom of this section I wanna add the client logo section that we have created on the home page. But you may remember on the home page, if we scroll down at the bottom, we have created these companies we work for section, and we have saved that section as a template for next use. So right now we are at our about us page, so we don't need to recreate that section that we already have created, as we have selected it as a template. So this time let's click on this folder icon here, and let's now go under my templates here. Then here you can see the company section. Let's now click here on this green button says insert. Let's click here. It says import document settings. We don't need to override anything, so let's click on no. Awesome. So here our companies we work for section has been added, but you see the top section has the same background and this section has also the same background, so we only need to change the background. So let's click here on these 6 dots. Now go under style tab. First here color, instead of this green color I want to make it white color, and also I don't want to keep this texture here. So from image here you can see a delete icon. Let's click here. It's gone. It's now pure white background. Perfect. Now let's scroll up at the top of our page. I want to also make this top banner as a template, so we can use this top banner on our other pages. And then if we want on the other page, we can make the heading to other heading, the background image to other image. But now let's just save this section as a template. So let's click on the 6 dots, right click here, and let's click on save as template. And I want to name it general banner, and let's now click on save to save it. Okay, now close it. So we are all done with our about us page. Now don't forget to click on this green update button to save our work. And let's now click on this eyeball icon to preview the page outside of Elementor Page Builder. So here we can see the top banner looks great, and then if we scroll down here we can see the nice section with progress bars. Here is our contact us button. Then if we scroll down here we can see all the team members with nice animation, and then underneath here is the companies we work for section, and here is our global footer. Perfect. I really love this page. Alright, so we have completed our home page, then our about page. So let's now create our services page. So first let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Then let's go to pages, to all pages. And from here I'm searching for services. Here it is. Let's now click here on edit. Then click on this big button says edit with Elementor. Okay, so let's now start creating our services page, and on the other tabs, like here in this tab I have opened the home page, and on the another tab here I have also opened the about us page, because you know I want to take some part like some widgets or columns that we have designed on our about us page or home page. So I want to take some of them and I want to reuse them on our services page. That's why I keep open the home page and about page on the other tabs. Alright, now let's first create our services pages banner. So let's first create our services pages banner, and we already have saved template for that. So let's click on this folder icon. Let's go under my templates, and here you may remember we have saved this general banner. So let's now click here on insert, click on no. Here we go. But here instead of about us, I wanted to say services with a smile, and I don't want this divider here underneath. So I'm just right clicking here and click on delete. So it's gone. Also I want to change the background image. So let's click on these 6 dots. Let's go under the style tab. Now let's select the image. Now go to upload files, select files. I want to select this image. Let's now click on open. Now click on insert media. Here we go. Now here underneath this heading services with a smile, I want to add 3 buttons here. So for that, let's go to click on this Rubik's Cube icon. I want to take an inner section here underneath. And you know, we don't need to recreate the button from scratch. We can just go to our home page and we can copy this button. So right click on this pencil icon, click on copy, then now go back to our services page. Now from inside this left column, put your cursor here and right click, then click on paste. Awesome. Now here instead of check our services, I want it to say blog websites. Then here you can see the button linked to the services page, but for now I'm making it empty because I want to link it on other way. Like in this page we will have different sections for our blog website service, then our business website service section, then we will have our e-commerce website service section. So whenever anyone click on this button, the page jumps to that specific section or a specific part of this page. So that's the plan. So for now I'm keeping the link empty. We will work with this link a bit later. So for now let's create our other 2 buttons. So you know what to do, just right click on this column icon and click on duplicate. I want to do it one more time, so right click here and click on duplicate, and on the right empty column right click here. I want to delete the empty one, and the middle one, let's click on this column, sorry not on column, let's click on this pencil icon. I want to make its alignment to centered, and instead of blog websites I want it to say business websites, and then the right button, let's click on this pencil icon. I want to align it to the left, and I want it to say e-commerce websites. Okay, now I want to do a little bit twist, so let's click on these 6 dots of this inner section. Let's click here. Now here you can see on the layout the content width is boxed, that's fine, but here I want to minimize the width, so let's drag this to the right a bit more. Let's keep it 1000, it's too much. Okay, for now let's keep it 1000, and let's make the column gap to to narrow. Also we can set the vertical align to middle like this. Alright, perfect. Now let's first create a section for our blog website service. So let's click on this plus icon, and this time I want to take this 2-column structure, this one. So let's make the stretch section turn on and go under advanced tab. Let's add some padding at the top and at the bottom. Now on the left column, like I said, I want to make this column look like, let's first go to our about page. I want to look like something like this column. So we can just right click on this column and we can copy it. So we're just copying it from inside our about page, and let's now go back to our services page. Now put your cursor here inside the left column, right click here and click on paste. Awesome. But here an empty column has been created, we don't need that, so right click here and delete it. Perfect. Now let's change this text. So here instead of the secret ingredients, I want it to say services, and then instead of this heading I want it to say blog websites, and here instead of this text I want to write something specific about our blog website service. So I'm putting some text related to blog website service, and then instead of contact us, let's click on this pencil icon. I want it to say get in contact. Also, I want to remove the link from here because at the bottom of this page we will have our contact form. So whenever anyone click on this get in contact, this page will scroll down to the bottom of this page. That means whenever anyone click on this get in touch button, that will take them to the bottom of this page where we will have our contact form, so they can contact with us immediately within this services page. Alright, now click on this column icon and make sure we have made the vertical align to middle. It's already middle, so no problem. Now let's go to our right column. I also want to make this one vertical align to center. I'm in middle, so from here vertical align, let's make it middle. Okay, now on right column let's click here, and now let's go under style tab. I want to add a background color, so let's click here and color picker. I want to give it this bluish color, background color. Now go under advanced tab. I only want to give it margin only left, so let's unbind it, and I want to give it 80 pixel margin at the left. Okay, now inside this column I want to add an image, so let's click on this plus icon and I'm dragging an image widget here inside. Now let's choose the image, click on upload files, select files. I want to select this image. Let's click on open. Now click on insert media. So by default it's large, I want to make it medium large. Now let's go under the style tab. I want to give it a little bit shadow, so let's click here on this box shadow. Let's make the horizontal to -15, vertical to 30, and blur let's make it 55, and spread I want to make it let's make it -30. Alright, now let's go under advanced tab, unbind the margin. I want to give it 50 pixel margin at the right and -80 pixel margin. Oops, it's became 080. Okay, let's make it -80. Awesome. Okay, and at the same time we can add some motion effects, so let's click here on motion effects. I want to give it zoom in left effect. Also, let's make the animation duration to slow, and let's add a delay 1000 ms. Perfect. Alright, so we have created our blog website section. Blog website services section, as you have written here some text about your blog website services, and here you have put an image that's related to blog websites. That represent your blog website service. Okay, let's now create our next section that's for business websites. So you know what, I want to just duplicate this section, so we can just simply click here on these 6 dots. So right click here and click on duplicate. Now if we scroll down, here is the top section duplicated here, but here I want to do something interesting. I want to reverse these 2 columns. All you need to do, just grab this column icon and move it to the left. It's done. Yes, we need to do a little bit work on this left column, but first let's change all this text from the right column. So first here, instead of blog websites, I want it to say business websites, and here these texts are not related to business websites, so I want to type something about business website services. And here you see I have made these businesses words into bold. So if you want to make any word bold, just you can select this word from left and then you need to click on this bold icon from here, so that will become instantly bolded. And if you don't want that, then click again on this bold icon. It's now unbolded. Easy. Also, I want to make this get in contact button on the same way. So if anyone click on this button, that goes to the bottom of our page to our contact form. Okay, now let's fix the left column. Let's first click on this column icon. Now go to under advanced. Here, instead of giving the 80 pixel margin on the left, I want to give it to the right. And here, instead of image, I want to embed an YouTube video. So first let's delete this image. So right click here and click on delete. Now let's click on this plus icon. Now here I want to drag a video widget here inside. So basically you can embed here any YouTube or Vimeo, Dailymotion or self-hosted video. So for now I'm putting here an YouTube video. All you need to do, you just copy the video URL and paste that video link or video URL here inside this field. Then if you want, you can set it to autoplay. So I'm turning it on. And here you can see the player controls, so I don't want that. You can hide that from here. You can see player controls. Let's turn it off. And I wanna make this mute, because whenever any visitors come to your website and if they can hear the noise of the video, that's really annoying. So I want to make the video to mute. And here loop, yes, I want to turn the loop on. Perfect. Now if we go under the style tab, from here you can set the aspect ratio. By default it's 16:9, but if you want you can make it like 4:3, or you can make it 1:1. That's square. It's weird. I want to keep it 16:9, the standard aspect ratio. Then let's go under advanced tab. Now let's unbind the margin. On the right I want to give it -80, and on the left I want to give it 50 pixel like this. It looks really cool now. And the last thing I want to do with this section, because if you have a look, this top section, its background is white, and then if you scroll down, this one's background color is also white. So to remove that mono look, I want to add that background with this section. So let's click on this 6 dot to select this column, to select this section, and let's now go under style tab. Now let's click here background type. You already have seen how I create color and texture combined background, so I'm doing it really quickly. Color here, let's make it greenish, and then here is the image. I want to use this same texture. Click on insert media. Let's make the position to custom. X position, let's make it 30, and Y position, let's make it 40 VH. Also repeat to repeat, and size, let's make it contain. Alright, now underneath this, I want to create our e-commerce website services section. So for that, again, I want to copy this section. So this time, right click on the 6 dot and click on copy. Now let's scroll down. Now here inside this, just right click and click on paste. So the whole section is pasted here. So here, instead of blog websites, I want it to say e-commerce websites. and here I want to put some text that talks about our e-commerce website service, and on the right column I want to add a slideshow with some e-commerce portfolio. So first I want to delete all these, so let's right click here and click on delete. Also on this column I don't want any background color, so I'm removing the background color from here. Let's click here on clear, and then let's go under advanced tab. I don't need this left margin either, so I'm removing it. I only want to put an image carousel here, so let's click on this plus icon, and here I'm searching for carousel. So this one, image carousel, let's drag this inside here. We already have used image carousel one time, so I think I don't need to explain about this widget this time, so I'm doing it really quickly. So let's add some images here inside. Let's go to upload files, select files. Now inside this services page slider, I want to select all these images together. Let's now click on open. Now click on create a new gallery. Now click on insert gallery. But you can see the images are too small. I want to make the image size to medium large. Then slides to show. I want to show one image at a time. Image stretch no. And navigation, I only want to keep the dots. Okay, perfect. So here it's looking like this, and you may wonder why I always keep this column vertical alignment to middle. Like here you can see we have selected this column icon, and on the left you can see here vertical aligned, I have set it to middle. Like here on the right column, its height is bigger than the left one, and as we have selected it to middle, that's why it's vertically centered, or it's vertically middled. Like if we now make the vertical alignment to top, you can see it's now on the top. If we now set it to the bottom, now it's on the bottom. That's why I always keep the vertical alignment to middle. It always looks good. Now let's scroll down here underneath this e-commerce website services section. I want to add a carousel section, not carousel, I want to add here counter section. You can say here I want to show off how many projects I have done for my clients, or how many happy clients I have. So I want to describe all this on this section. So let's click here on this plus icon. I want to select this single column structure here, and let's make the stretch section turn on. Then go under advanced tab. Here I want to add some padding, so let's unbind it. I want to add 100 pixel at the top and 100 pixel padding at the bottom. Now here I want to add the counter, so let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and here I'm searching for counter. But before that I want to take an inner section first, so let's drag an inner section inside this section. Then inside this left column, let's click on this plus icon. This time I'm searching here for counter, so this one, let's drag this inside this left column. So here you can see the starting number is 0 and ending number is 100. Also here's the option for adding prefix. So let's say if you want to add something like T, so T is always the prefix of this number, but I wanna remove this T, and the real example could be you can add suffix. So if I add here plus icon, you can always see this plus after this number. Like I wanna say I have done 100 plus blog websites, so I could write it in this way. So here instead of cool numbers, I want it to say blog websites. So it represents we have completed 100 plus blog websites for our clients. Now let's go under style tab. I just wanna change the typography of this number. I want to make it 65 pixel. And let's go to title. Here also let's click on typography. I wanna make this font size to 16 pixel, and let's make the font weight to 600, and I want to make the transform to all uppercase, and let's add some letter spacing to 2. Now let's add some spacing, so let's go under advanced tab here. I only want to add some space at the top, so let's unbind the padding. I only want to add 10 pixel of padding at the top. Now I want to add a tiny border around it, so from here you can see border. Let's click here border type, let's select it to solid. Border width, let's give it 2, and border color, I want to give it a ash like color like this, and instead of solid let's make it to dotted or dashed. Alright, now let's duplicate this column couple more time. Right click here, then click on duplicate, then right click here again, click on duplicate, right click here and click again duplicate, and I wanna delete the empty one. Right click here, click on delete. Now I'm changing all these numbers and text really quickly. Alright, I have changed these numbers, and also I want to change this background, the background of this section. So I want to do the same thing, so let's click on these 6 dots, let's go under the style tab, click on background type, color I want to give it the green color, and image I want to give it the same texture. Click on insert media, then the position is the custom position, X to 30 and Y I want to give it 40. Then repeat, let's make it repeat, and size I want to give it content. Alright, okay, now here underneath this section I want to create our contact form section. So let's first click on this plus icon. This time I want to select this single column structure. Let's make the sketch section turn on. Now go under advanced tab. I want to give it padding 100 pixel at the top and 100 pixel at the bottom, and then first I want to add a heading here. So let's drag a heading widget here inside, and I want it to say contact us now. Let's make the alignment to center, and let's go under style tab, click on typography. I want to make the font size to 50 pixel, and here underneath I want to add a divider, so we can just simply copy a divider from here. So let's right click here, copy this, and let's now go to the bottom here underneath this heading. Let's right click here and let's click on paste. This divider is left aligned, but I want to make this alignment to center like this. Alright, for now let's just keep it like this, because now we want to add our contact form under this, and in order to create our contact form we need to install 2 plugins. That's why so far we have done on this page. To save it, let's click here on this green update button to save our work. Now we will go back to our WordPress dashboard, we will install these 2 plugins, and then again we will come back to this services page, and then we will add our contact form here inside this page. So let's now go back to our WordPress dashboard. From the top left here, click on this hamburger. Now click on exit to dashboard. Now from the left tab here, plugins, let's now click on add new. So first, to create our contact form we need a plugin, says WpForms. Here it is. So you can just simply search by typing WpForms here in this field, and you will find this contact form. The name is contact form by WpForms. You see there are already 3 million plus active installations. So without any doubt it's one of the best contact form plugin. So let's now click here on install now. We can activate it later, but before that I want to install another plugin. It says essential add-ons. So this one, essential add-ons for Elementor, you can see it has already 500,000 active installations. So also it's another good one. So let's now click on install. We have not activated this one, neither the WpForms one. So we can just go from under plugins. Let's go to installed plugins. Here we can see essential add-ons for Elementor and WpForms are not activated. So you can just simply select this one and this one. Then from the top here, bulk action, let's select the activate, then click on apply. Actually you could do that one by one, but I'm showing you how you can do that both together. Alright, so now our essential add-on for Elementor and WpForms Lite, both plugins are activated. Now let's go back to our pages, to all pages, and here is our services page. Let's now click here on edit with Elementor. Now let's scroll down to this page here. Now from left I'm searching for WpForms. So this one, it's actually came with essential add-on that just we have installed. So remember, you need to select this one, not the WordPress default one. So let's drag this one right underneath here. We have dropped here our WpForms, but we cannot see any form here. Why is that? Actually, I intentionally did that because if you now go here and you can see the select form, and if you click here, you cannot see any form here. Actually, we need to create a form from our WordPress dashboard first. So for now, again, let's click here on this update button to save our work, because actually lots of people do this mistake and they ask me on the comment that they cannot find the form. That's why this time I intentionally have not created the form first. Okay, so let's now go back to our WordPress dashboard. Click here, exit to dashboard, and now here you can see on the left a new menu added on the dashboard named WpForms. From there, let's now click here, add new. Then you can see a field says form name, so let's name it James Form. You can name it the way you want. Actually, we will hide the name later from the front end of our website. And then if you want, you can start from a blank form. But I want to create it from a simple contact form template, this one. So let's select this option, click here, create a simple contact form. It's really super easy to create a contact form using this WpForms plugin. Like here you can see the field for name. So this is the first name field and this is the last name field. Here is the email field and here is the comment or message field. Let's say if you want to add more field into your contact form, as an example, if you want to take the phone numbers of your visitors, then all you need to do, you just need to click here on these numbers from left. Let's click here. Then here you can see a new field added, numbers. Then if you want to put this number field at the top of this comment field, simply you can just drag it to the top of this field. Then specifically if you want to edit anything on this numbers field, just click here, and then on the label, instead of numbers, if you want it to say phone number, and then if you want to make this phone number field required, then you can check this required option here. But it's not a good idea to me to make the phone number field required, so I'm deselecting this. Actually, the best practice is to give the users as less field as possible. Like if you go to a website and if you want to contact with the owner, and if you have to fill up thousands of form field, you will of course become annoyed. So always try to put as less fields as possible. Alright, now if you click again on this add fields tab here, so from there if you want, you can add drop down option, checkboxes option, number slider or recaptcha option. Also there are some premium options. If you purchase WpForms Pro, you will get access of all these fancy fields, but for now I'm not using it. Basically you can set up your all basic fields using their all available free fields. Okay, now here you can see the submit button. If you want to change the text of this submit, then you need to go here at the left. Let's click on the settings. Now here under this general option, here you can see submit button text. So let's say instead of submit, if you want to say send message, and then here's the text. It says sending ... So like whenever anyone click on the submit button or the send message button, until the message will be sent, there will be this sending ... text will be shown. Alright, now from under general tab, if you click on notification, from here you can set your email address where you want to receive the email. I mean, whenever anyone fill up the form of your website, where you want to receive that email. By default, it's set to admin email. That means the email address you are using for your WordPress website, you will get that email into that email address. But if you want to change that, like if you want to change it to other Gmail or Yahoo or any other email provider, so you can add your email address here. Then here is the option for email subject. So whenever you will receive a message, you can see that you have received a message with the subject new entry James form. Then also here's the option for from name, and here's the option for from email. So you can all keep this to default, but this field is important, the reply to. You don't need to mess with this field because it will grab the email address that your visitor will put inside the email field. So you don't need to change this. And here is the message field. Also, you don't need to do anything with this. So basically all their information, their first name, last name, their email address, or all other fields they will be filled. All those informations will be received by this field. Alright, now let's go under confirmation tab from left. So here you can set the option like when any user fill up the form, just after hitting that submit button, you can show them an instant message like thanks for contacting us, we'll be in touch with you shortly. Or if you want, after submitting the contact form, you can redirect them to any specific page, so you can put that page link here, but I want to keep it to default message. So whenever anyone fill up the contact form, they will instantly get a notification inside the website, thanks for contacting us, we will be in touch with you shortly. Alright, we're done with our form. So to save it, let's click here at the top on save. Okay, let's now click on this X to close it. Now let's go back to our pages again, click on all pages, and here is our services page. This time click here on edit with Elementor. Now let's drag to the very bottom of our page. Now click here on this pencil icon. Now from left here you can see select form. Click on this drop down. Here you can see the James form. Now click here. So here we can see our contact form, but I want to hide this James form name. So here title, I want to hide it. It's gone. So everything looks perfect almost, but here if you have a look on this button doesn't match with our other buttons of this page. So let's just scroll down and let's do a little bit style with this button. So to do it, let's now go under style tab here. Now scroll down. Here you can see the option for submit button. Click here. Now first I want to change the background color. I want to make the background color to fully transparent. Then the text color, I want to make it to blue. Now here border type, I want to give it a solid border. Border width, let's give it 2. Border color, I also want to give it that blue color. Now let's add some padding. So first unbind the padding. I want to give it 10 pixel at the top and 10 pixel at the bottom, and 30 pixel at the right and 30 pixel on the left. And lastly here let's select on typography. I want to make the font size to 16 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 600. Then transform to all uppercase, and letter spacing, let's make it 1. Alright, now let's give it some hover effect. So let's click on hover. On hover I want to give the background color to the blue color and the text color to that green color. So if we now hover over on it, First, let's get rid of this color picker. Now if you hover over on it, you can see the color changes perfectly. Alright, now I want to reduce the width of this column because it's looking huge. The width is really looking huge. So let's now click on this column. Now go under Advanced tab. Now let's unbind the padding, and this time I want to give the padding in percentage. I wanna give 25% padding on the right and 25% padding on the left, like this. Now it looks perfect. Alright, so here is our contact form, here is all the counters, here is our e-commerce website section, here is our business website service section, here is our blog website service section, and here is our top banner. So let's now do the thing. Like I said, if we click on blog websites, that jumps to this area. So to do it, first let's select this blog website service section. Let's first click on these 6 dots and now go under Advanced tab. Here you can see an option CSS ID. You can name it anything you want. So I wanna name it blog service. Now let's copy this name and let's now click on this button. Then on the button link, just paste that CSS ID, that's a blog service, but before that we need to put a hashtag. So hashtag, then the CSS ID blog service. Alright, so if we now click on this blog website button, it jumps to this blog website section. Let's do the same with this section as well. Let's click on these 6 dots. Let's go under Advanced tab and CSS ID, let's name it business service. Let's copy this name and let's go to the top, click on this business websites button. Now here link, put a hashtag first, then paste the CSS ID name. Now if we click on this business websites button, it jumps to that business website section. Awesome, let's do the same with this section. Let's click here on these 6 dots. Now let's go under Advanced tab. Here CSS ID, I wanna name it eShop service, and let's copy this. Now let's go to the top of this page. Here select this button. Now here inside link, put a hashtag first, then paste the CSS ID, that's eShop service. Now if we click on this button, it jumps to our e-commerce website services section. Awesome. So now I want to give this section an ID. So let's click here on these 6 dots and go under Advanced tab. Here CSS ID, I wanna name it contact. So I'm copying it and I wanna give this link to all these get in contact buttons. So let's click here on this button. Here link, put hashtag and then contact. Also on this button, let's click here on link, hashtag, then contact. Also at the top section here, get in contact, click here, link, hashtag, then contact. Alright, let's now click on update to save our work. Now let's click on this eyeball icon to preview our page outside of the Elementor Page Builder. Alright, so here is our banner, looks perfect. And then if we scroll down, here is our first section, then here is our next business website services section, and then here is our e-commerce services section. It looks really nice. And if we scroll down, here is nice number counter, then underneath that here is our working contact form. So let's have a look how these buttons or jumps buttons are working on the real website. So let's click on business website, it jumps to this section. Awesome. And if we click on get in contact, it jumps to the contact us section. Awesome. So everything is working perfectly. So let's now go to the top of this page. Now I want to show you by using this page as a template, how easily you can create other single services page. Like I want to create a different blog services page, business services page, e-commerce services page, and I will show you the easiest way how can you do that. So let's first go back to our Elementor Page Builder. Here, first thing, I want to save this whole page as a template. So to do that, let's first go here. If you have a look, you can see at the right side of this update button, here is a top arrow icon. Let's click here, and then you can see option that says save as template. So we can save this whole page design as a template. So let's now click here, save as template. Let's now name it services page and click on save. Alright, now close this and let's now go back to our WordPress dashboard. So from the left bar, pages, let's go to all pages. Because this time I want to create the single services page like our blog service, business service, e-commerce service pages really quickly. So let's first click here, edit on this blog services page. Let's click here on edit. Now click here, edit with Elementor. Now instead of doing these pages from scratch, we can do these single services pages by using the services page template. So let's click on this folder icon. Let's go under my templates. Now here you can see the services page. Let's now click on this green insert button. Click on no. So here we can see the whole services page template. Now we will only keep the necessary part that's related to the blog website service, and we will delete all other sections that's not related to blog website service. So let's keep this section as it's a blog website service specific page, but I don't want this section on this page. So let's click on this X. Also, I don't want this section either, so let's click on this X. And here I don't want this counter, but I want to keep this background. So let's just delete this inner section. So let's click on this inner X. It's gone. Now I want to keep this contact us form here. So here is the contact form. And here inside this background, I actually want to add a FAQ section or frequently asked section. So people may have any questions inside their mind about blog website service. So I want to answer those questions inside here in this section. And also from this top banner, I want to delete these three sections. I mean these three buttons, because in this page we only have the blog websites. So let's delete these three buttons. Let's click on this X, and here instead of services with a smile, I want it to say blog website service. Now here underneath, I just only want to add a divider. So let's drag this divider underneath here, this heading. I wanna make this width to 25%, alignment to center. Let's go under style tab. Let's make the color to white. Weight 1 is fine, and gap, let's make it 5. Perfect. Now we only need to add the FAQ section within this area. So first let's add an heading. Click on this plus, and I'm dragging a heading inside here. I want it to say FAQ. Let's make it centered and go under the style tab. Typography, I wanna make the font size to 40 pixel, and then here underneath we can add a divider. We can just copy this divider, right click here, copy it, and then we can just right click here and click on paste. Just make the alignment to centered like this. Alright, now underneath this divider, I want to add an accordion widget. So here I'm typing accordion. So this one, this accordion, let's drag this and drop it underneath this divider here. So here you can see the accordion 1 and accordion 2. So if you go to the left and click on accordion 1, so we can basically add our question inside this field, and we can add the answer inside this field. Let's say it's a blog website services page and this FAQ is related to blog website service. So the first title could be this: what do I need to start my blog? A customer could have this kind of question inside their mind, and then inside this field you can answer their question like this. In this way you need to provide me following details, specifications, like we need this kind of information before ordering, all this stuff from here. Now you can click here again to minimize it, and let's say if you don't want this accordion too, just simply you can click on this X to delete it. And if you want to add new item, just you need to click on this add item. So on the same way you can just add your question here and the answer here. If you want to add more, just minimize it and then click again on this add item. So in this way you can add as many as FAQ you want. So here I'm adding some FAQ really quickly and I'm getting back to you. Alright, I have added couple more FAQs. So if I click here, it expanded. If I click here, it expanded. Perfect. Now let's go to the top and click here under style tab, because I want to add a white background color here. So let's click here on content. Here background color, let's click here. I want to give it a white background color to all the contents, and also let's click on title. I also want to give it a white background. Perfect. So it looks more clean now. And lastly, let's click on this column icon here. Also not on column, we can give that to this accordion. Let's click on this pencil icon here and let's now go under advanced tab. Let's unbind the margin and I wanna give it in percentage. So let's click here on this percentage icon. I wanna give 10% margin at the right and 10% margin at the left. Perfect. So here inside this single blog website service, here we have our banner. Now let's change the background of this section. So let's click here on the 6 dots. Now go under style tab. Let's select the image. Go to upload files. Click on select files. I want to select this image. Let's click on open. Now click on insert media. Perfect. So here is our top banner, then here is our blog website details, then here is our FAQ section, and if we click here on get in touch, it jumps to this contact now section. So on the same way we can create our other single services pages, our business service and e-commerce service. So let's now click here on update to save this page, and we can make this page also as a template. Or actually we don't need to make this whole page as a template, because here this FAQ section is only unique, so we can make this section as a template. So let's right click here and click on save as template. Let's name it FAQ section. Now click on save. Alright, now let's close it. Now let's have a look how can we create our business service and e-commerce service pages within 3 minutes. Okay, so let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to all pages. This time here is the business service page. Let's click on edit. Now click on this big button, edit with Elementor. Now let's click on this template icon, go under my templates. Now select the services page, click on insert, click on no. Alright, as it's our business website service page, so we don't need this service section here. So let's close this. Let's keep the business website service section, but we don't need this e-commerce section. So let's delete this one. Also let's delete this one. Now you know, in between this contact us section and this business website section, we want to add our FAQ section. So in order to create a section in between these two, we need to click here on this plus, and then let's click here again on this folder icon. Let's now select this one. You can see here FAQ section. So let's click on insert, click on no. Here we go. But this section has the same background like this above section. So let's remove the background from this section. Let's click on these 6 dots, go under style tab. From here color, let's remove this color by clicking here clear, and then here is the image. Let's click on this delete icon to remove that image. Perfect. And here from the top, we don't need these buttons, so let's close this. And here instead of this title, I want it to say business service. Alright, so this is our banner. Here is our business website details with video. Here is our FAQ section. You can also change these question and answers based on your business website service specific. And then if we click on this get in contact, it jumps to the contact us form. Alright, now click on update to save this page. Let's now go back to our WordPress dashboard. Let's now go to all pages from under these pages. Now here is the e-commerce services page. Let's click here on edit. Click on edit with Elementor. Like other 2 single services section, let's click here on this folder icon, go under my templates. Here is the services page. Let's click here insert, click on no. Here it is. In this page we don't need this section, so let's click here on this X. Also we don't need this section, click on X. As it's a e-commerce website services page, so we only need this section. Then here we also don't need this section, and in between this contact us and e-commerce services section, let's click here on this plus. Now let's click on this folder icon. Then here is the FAQ section. Let's click here insert, click on no. Here you go. And then last thing, from this top, let's click on this X, and here instead of services with a smile, I want it to say e-commerce service. So this is our single e-commerce services pages top banner. Also if you want, you can change the background. To do it, let's click on these 6 dots. Let's go under style tab. Now let's select the image, go to upload files, select files. For this one, let's select this image and click on open. Now click on insert media. Cool. So here is our e-commerce services banner. Here is our e-commerce services single section, and here is our FAQ section. And if we click here on this get in contact button, it jumps to our contact us section. Awesome. Now to save it, don't forget to click here on this update button. Okay, so we are almost done with our website. Now we only have our blog page and contact page remaining. So let's first do our contact page, and then at the very last we will do our blog page. Okay, so let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to all pages. Now here is the contact page. Let's now click here edit. Now click on edit with Elementor. So this is our contact page. Let's first create our contact page banner. So we can just simply click here on this folder icon, and let's go under my templates. So from here you can see general banner that we have saved. So let's now click here insert, click on no. Now here instead of about us, I want it to say contact, and then I want to change the background. So click on these 6 dots, go under style, click on the image. Let's upload files, click on select files, and this time I want to select this image. Let's now click on open. Now click on insert media. Alright, perfect. Now let's take our next section. Click on this plus icon. Now let's take this single column structure. I want to make the stretch section to turn on. Now let's go under advanced tab, and this time padding, let's unbind it. I want to give the top padding to 60 and also bottom padding to 60 pixel. Now let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon, and I want to drag an inner section animation widget inside here. So inside each column, let's click on this plus. First I wanna drag an icon inside here. So here I wanna add a phone icon, so let's select this one and click on insert. Now let's go under style tab. I wanna make this color to that green color. Alright, now underneath this icon I wanna drag a heading here and I want it to say call us now. Let's make it H3 and alignment, let's make it centered. Now let's go under style. Actually I wanna make this color to white because I want to make this column background to this black or bluish color. So let's make the text color to white. Okay, first let's click on this column and go under style tab, background type. I wanna give the background color to this blue color. So now we can see the call us now text. Let's now select this one and let's now go under typography. So here font weight, I wanna give it 400 like this, and then underneath I wanna add another heading here, and first I wanna make this color to white, otherwise we cannot see it. Alright, now go back to content and I wanna make it to heading 5. Let's make this one alignment to center because I wanna put my phone number here. So here I'm putting my phone number. Now let's go under style tab. Now click on typography. Let's make the font size to 14 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 600, and letter spacing, let's make it 2. Also I wanna make this color a little bit off, so let's select this text color, maybe this color. Alright, and also I wanna reduce this spacing, so let's go under advanced tab. Let's unbind the margin and I only wanna give this to -10 pixel margin at the top. Alright, now let's select this column because I wanna add some spacing at this column level. Now let's go under advanced tab. Now unbind the margin. I only wanna give 15 pixel margin at the right and 15 pixel margin at the left. Now let's unbind the padding. Let's add 15 or let's add 17 pixel padding at the top and 17 pixel padding at the bottom like this. Alright, now let's just simply right click here and duplicate it. I want to duplicate it one more time. Right click and duplicate, and let's just delete this empty column. Click on delete. Now here instead of call us now, I want it to say mail us now, and here I wanna give my email address. Also I wanna change this icon, so let's click here on this icon. I wanna select an icon that's related to mail, so let's type envelope. Let's select this one and click on insert. Alright, and now here I want it to say office address, and here I wanna put an address. Also I wanna change this icon, so let's select this one, and this time I'm searching for map icon, so let's select this one and click on insert. Alright, now let's scroll down here. Let's create our next section. Let's click on this plus icon, and this time I wanna take this 2-column structure. Let's make the stretch section turn on and go under advanced tab. I only wanna give some padding at the bottom, so let's add 100 pixel padding at the bottom because we already have some padding at the top, so we don't need any more. Now inside the left column, first I want to add a heading here. Let's drag inside, and I want it to say how can we help. It's a heading 2, that's okay, but this time I want to make this one bigger by clicking here on this size, so let's make it Excel. Alright, now underneath this I want to add a text editor here. Now in this place let's put some text. Then here again I want to take another heading, so let's drag this heading here and let's make it heading 3. I want to make the alignment to left, though by default it's left aligned. And again here I want it to say call us now, and there underneath I want to add another heading here. Let's make it heading 5. Now let's go under style tab. I want to make this one colored the same, but I want to reduce the transparency like this. And then let's click on typography. I want to give it 14 pixel. Font weight, let's make it 600, and letter spacing, let's keep it 2. Alright, and here actually I want to put my phone number, so here content, I'm putting here my phone number. Now let's go under advanced tab, unbind the margin. I want to add 10 pixel margin at the bottom and some negative margin at the top, -10. Alright, now like our phone number, I also want to add our mail address, so just right click here, copy it, and here right click and paste it. Again right click here on this phone number, copy it, and right click here, click on paste. Now here instead of call us now, I want it to say mail us now, and here I wanna put my email address. Alright, and now on the right side I wanna put my contact form, and again we don't need to recreate it. Actually you can just simply click on this plus icon, and like other pages you can just search WpForms and drag this form inside header, or you can just simply go to other pages where we have created the contact form previously, like in this page. Here is the contact form, so let's click on this pencil icon, just right click here, click on copy, and let's now go back to our contact page. Now inside this right column, just right click here and click on paste. Here we go. See how fast and easily we can do our work using this awesome page builder. Now the last thing on this page, I want to add the Google map here. So to take the Google map, let's first take a section. Let's click on this plus icon. Let's select this single column structure. Now stretch the section. Now let's click on this plus icon, and here I'm searching for map. So here you can see the Google Maps. Let's just drag this inside this section here. So here you can see the Google Map. Let's say instead of this address, if you wanna put your own address, all you need to do, just from here you can see location. Inside this field you just need to put your address. It will automatically get your address on Google Map. Also you can control the zoom from here, like by default it's 10, you can make it 15, so it's now zoom in more. Also you can change the height by dragging this bar to the right. It's too big, let's drag it to the left. I wanna keep it to 350 like this. But now if you have a look, we can see some white space at the right and top and bottom. So let's now click on this pencil icon first. Not on this pencil icon, let's click on these 6 dots. Here you can see content width boxed. Let's now make it to full width. Also here you can see column gap. Let's make it no gap. It's done. There is no more gap around it. So we are done with our contact page as well. Now once again, don't forget to click on this update button to save your work. Now finally, let's click on this eyeball icon to preview our page outside of the Elementor Page Builder. So this is our contact page top banner. Then here is this 3 column with phone number, email address, and office address. And here we can see this text on the left, and on the right side here is the contact form, and then underneath here is the Google Map, and then the footer. Awesome. Okay, so now we only have our blog page remaining. So first let's now close all other tabs, this one, let's close this and this. Let's now go back to our WordPress dashboard. And now as we are going to make our blog page, so we need to post some blog post first. So from this left tab here you can see post. From there let's now click on all posts. And here we can see the dummy blog post that came with WordPress by default. We don't need this one anymore, so let's click on trash to delete it. Okay, so let's now create our first blog post. To create a new post, let's click here on add new button. So for posting a blog post, we don't need to use Elementor Page Builder. So this time we don't need to click here on edit with Elementor. We can write our blog post using this classic editor. So in the first field, we need to put our blog title. So I'm here giving a blog title. So this title will be shown here on your blog post in this place. Here you can see the blog title. So this title will basically come from here, and then we will write our main blog post inside this visual editor. And this visual editor is super easy. It's like Microsoft Word. Let me show you how easy it is. Like here, if I type this is our heading, and if we want to make it a heading, just select this, and from top here you can see it says paragraph. Click here and you can make it a heading too by clicking here. Easy. Then let's hit enter. Then here I'm pasting some dummy text. So let's say if you want to make these words bold, just select it, and from top click on this bold icon. And here are more options. You can just toggle this by clicking here or here. So we made this bold. Then if you want to make any word italic, just select that and click on this italic icon. Also, if you want to make anything link, just select that word or sentence. Then from top click on this insert link icon, click here, and then here type the URL. So here I'm typing my website, then hit enter or click here on apply. Easy. Then let's say if you want to add any image inside your blog post, let's now hit enter. Now if you want to add any image here, all you need to do, just from top here click on add media. Then you can add any image from your computer just by uploading that from here, upload files, or you can upload your existing images that you already have uploaded. Like if I want to upload this image, let's select this image and click on insert into post. Here you go. Also, if you want to do some work with this image, just click on this image. Then if you want, you can make the alignment to centered or right aligned or left aligned. Also, if you want to make this image more bigger, just drag this corner more like this. It's now more bigger. In this way, it's super easy. Also, let's say if you want to change any color of any specific word, just select this word and then from top click here text color. Let's say if you wanna make the color to red, so select red color. Now have a look, it's red. Now here I wanna paste a real blog post, so I'm pasting here that. So here you can see you can add all headings, you can add all these images inside of your blog post. This is also image. If you wanna make this smaller, just select this image. You can make it smaller just by dragging it to the left. So in this way you can easily create a blog post. Here also you can see you can make bullet points, numbers. So if you wanna create any list, let's say after this paragraph you wanna create a list, then just hit enter. And if you wanna create a numbered list, just select this one, numbered list. Now let's say if you want to write here less code, and if you then hit enter, if you want to write here easily trackable. So you already understand it's super easy like Microsoft Word. You can add any heading, paragraph, bullet point, list. You can embed any link, images, everything you can do within this nice editor. Alright, so we have put our blog title and here is our blog text and images. Then let's have a look on other things. Like on the right here you can see the format. 99% of time you will select this standard format because we all use this most of the time, but there are also some options like gallery, image, link. So if you select any other option on your blog post or blog post page, instead of thumbnail image, that URL or embedded video will be shown. Alright, so let's keep it standard, and there underneath Here you can create your category. So what is this blog post about? It's about website basics. So let's create a category for that. To create a new category, click here, add new category, and here I'm gonna type website basic, and then now click on add new category. So here it's added website basic. So where will it be shown? Like if you have a look on a blog post, here you can see under the blog title, in this place here you can see website basics. So this is coming from this category. So people will get to know what this blog post about. You can take multiple category for a single post. Let's say it's a blog post about also business. So you can type here business and then click on add new category. So here multiple categories are selected, business and website basic. Alright, then underneath here you can also add tags. So if people search anything from your website search bar and that matches with these tags, that blog post or page will be shown on the search result. And then here is the post attribute. Let's always keep it default. Also let's other Astra settings, keep it default. And here is an important thing, that's the featured image. So if we have a look on a real blog, here you can see an image. This is basically the featured image of this blog post. So let's go back to our dashboard. Now here under featured image, if we click here set featured image, now let's go to upload files, select files, and from inside blog post I want to select this image and click on open. Now click on set featured image. It's uploaded. Okay, let's now scroll up a little bit. Here I want to show you something more. Like here under publish tab, if you here click on publish, so this post will be immediately published. So anyone on the internet or whole world can see your post immediately. Let's say if you want to write a blog post today, but if you want to post that tomorrow or any future date, you can do that from here. You can see publish immediately. On the right here you can see edit. Let's click here. So you can set a future date and then you can click on OK. So that blog post will be published on that future day. Alright, but I'm selecting cancel because I wanna publish this blog post right now. So let's now click on publish. So now here under this blog title you can see here permalink. So here your blog post page link is generated. Also if you want you can change that to anything. So for now let's keep it. Let's click on OK. And if we now visit this page from a new tab, I'm opening from a new tab. So this is our single blog post page. Here is all the text we have written from inside the Visual Page Builder. We can see everything here. Also underneath here you can see a comment box. So people can make comment on this blog post. And here on the right side you can see here sidebar. I will show you shortly how you can customize this sidebar the way you want. But before that I wanna create couple more blog posts. So I'm clicking here add new. Now I'm gonna create some blog post by giving them blog title, and I will write some description of that blog post. Then I will select the category and I will select a featured image for each blog post. So not only to make you bored, as you already have seen how I have created the blog post. So I'm creating few blog posts really quickly and then I'm coming back to you. Okay, so I have posted couple more blog posts. So if we now want to see all the blog posts from under post tab, let's click here on all posts. So I have created all these blog posts on the same way I have shown you. So I have created 1, 2, 3, 4 and here is 4. Total 8 posts. Now if we wanna show any single blog post page, so from here if we click on view, let's open it from a new tab. So this is our single blog post page. Here is all the content and here underneath here is the comment section. And if we now from here click on previous post, we can go to our previous post. And then if we scroll down and this time if we click on next post, Then we came back to our next post. Alright, so this is our single blog post page. Now let's have a look. If we click on the blog page now, let's click on blog. So this is our blog page. Here we can see all the blog posts we have created so far. Like we have created 8 blog posts. We can see all of them here in this blog page. But you know what? Instead of showing all the blog posts in this page, I want to create a pagination here. So to do that, let's go back to our WordPress dashboard, and now from here settings, let's now click on reading. Then here you can see an option, blog pages shows at most. By default it's 10 posts. Let's make it 4 and then click on save changes. Alright, if we now go back to our blog page and if we refresh this blog page, now if we scroll down, here is 1 blog post, here is 2nd, here is 3rd, here is 4th, and then we can see the pagination here 1, 2, or by clicking here we can go to the next page. So if we click here next page or 2, then here we can see our rest blog posts. So the more blog posts you will have, you can see here more paginations. Alright, now let's talk about the customization option. Right now we are on the blog page, but if we now click on any single blog post, let's say I want to click on this, so let's click here. Right now we are on this single blog post page, so I want to customize this. Like I want to customize the look and feel on the right sidebar. I also have option like if we want to keep the sidebar, or if you don't want to keep the sidebar, we can do all these. So first from top, let's click here on customize. So on the right side here we can see our single blog post page, and now if we go to here on the left side, let's now click here on blog, and as we are right now on the single blog post page, so let's click on single post. So from here at the top you can see content width, so it's now on default. If we click here and click on custom, so if you want you can reduce the width of this blog post like this, but I want to keep it the default 1200 pixel like this. And then here you can see the media. If you don't wanna show the media on the single blog post page, you can hide that by clicking here on this eyeball icon from the left. Here you can see featured image. Let's click here on this eyeball icon to hide it. It's gone. Now you can only see the title and all the metadata, then the blog post details. So here inside metadata, first you can see leave a comment. So all you can see from the left side here, you can also see meta. So let's say if you want to hide this leave a comment, so you can just click on this eyeball. That's gone. Then here's the category and here's the author name. You can also hide or you can make them show by clicking here. Also, if you wanna show the author name first, and then if you wanna show the category on the right, you can do that just by dragging it to the top. So now first here's the author name and then here's the category name. Alright, let's keep it like this and click on publish to save our work on single blog post page. Now let's customize our blog page. It's our single blog post page, and now click here on blog. So our main blog page, on this page here we can see all the blog posts. So from left first, let's go back, and this time instead of single post, let's now click on blog or archive. So here also you will find all the same options, but this is for the blog page. So you can also enable, disable or drag them up or down from here, and here you can see post content. By default it's excerpt, and of course you should keep it excerpt, not the full content on the blog page. Alright, now go back one more time, because this time I want to customize the sidebar. So from left, this time click on sidebar. You can see here default layout is the right sidebar, but if you want to make your sidebar on the left, so you can just click here left sidebar. But sidebar on the left looks super weird to me, so let's make it to right sidebar. Then here you have options like pages default. So not only on your blog page or single blog page, if you want this sidebar on your other single pages, you can also keep that, but I don't want this sidebar on other pages. So from here pages, I want to select no sidebar. And this is our blog page. So in this page, I also don't want this sidebar. So to disable this sidebar from this blog page, from left here you can see archives. Let's select this and click on no sidebar. So from our main blog page, there is no sidebar. Here is only the thumbnails, titles, and the excerpt of the main blog. Now if we go to any single blog post, so let's click here. And on the single blog post page, we can see the right sidebar here, because here blog post by default it's set to right sidebar. That's why on the single blog post page, we can see the sidebar on the right. Also, if you want, you can increase the sidebar width by dragging this bar to the right. But it's way big. Let's keep it 30, the default 30, like this. Alright, now you can decide which parts do you want to keep on this sidebar or not. So to do that, let's now go back. Then you need to click here on widgets. Let's click here. Then now here you can see main sidebar. So this is the only widget we have right now. So let's click here. Now here you can see the search bar, recent posts, recent comments. So these are all the widgets we can see here on the right side. So let's say here you can see archive. So if we don't want this archive, so from here let's click here and let's delete this. Also, I don't want the meta one, so let's delete this one. Now here we can see the categories, and here is the recent comments. I also don't want the recent comments, so let's delete the recent comments. And then now we only have the recent post categories, and here's the search bar. And you know what, I also don't want this search bar here, and there is a reason for that. But first let's remove this search bar from the top. So let's remove it, because I wanna add a search icon or search bar here on the top on the right side of this navigation. So I'm showing you that shortly how you can do that. So now let's have a look on this. Here you can see the recent posts, and then here underneath you can see the categories. So these two widgets from left. Let's say if you wanna add more widgets here on the right side, all you need to do, you just need to click here on add a widget. And here you can see all the available WordPress default widgets. Like here you can see categories, audio, archives. Let's say if you want to select this calendar one, so let's click on this calendar. So now here recent post category, and underneath that you can see the calendar, but we don't need this, so let's click on delete. I'm just showing you what's possible. And when you click on add a widget, you can only access the available widgets that provided by WordPress, but you can also add extra widget by installing additional plugin. So how can you do that? Okay, so for that, let's first install a plugin. I want to install a plugin for recent posts with nice thumbnail. Then here, instead of this boring recent post widget, I want to include that recent post widget with thumbnail. So for now, let's click on publish, and let's now close this customizer. Now let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to plugins. Let's now click on add new. I want to install a plugin, so I'm searching for recent posts. This one, recent posts widget with thumbnails. So let's now click on install now, and then click on activate. Alright, now let's go back to our customizer again. So from left appearance, let's click here on customize. Right now we can see here our home page. So let's first click on blog, and then click on a single blog, as we want to work with this sidebar. So let's now click here on widgets again, and then click on main sidebar. Now let's click on add a widget, as we have installed a plugin recent posts with thumbnails. So I'm searching for that recent posts. So this one, recent posts with thumbnail, let's select this one. Let's give it a title. I want to type it here, recent posts. So if we now scroll down, here we can see our recent posts with a nice thumbnail. Cool. But here instead of 5, if you wanna keep only 4 recent posts, you can do that from here. So left you can see by default the number of posts to show is 5. Let's make it 4. So here you can see 4 recent posts. Also, if you wanna reduce the size of these thumbnails, you can do that from here on the left. So let's scroll down more. Then here you can see the option width of the thumbnail and the height of the thumbnail. So instead of 75, if you wanna make it 55 by 55, now you can see the thumbnails are 55 by 55. Okay, so now when you are done with the settings, let's click here on done. And now we don't need this boring recent post widget anymore. So let's now click here and let's remove it. And I want to drag this one at the top, so I'm dragging it to the top. So now here at the top, recent post, and underneath here are the categories. All right, let's now click on publish to save our work. And as I have already told you that I want to add that search bar at the top here, so let's do it. Let's now go back one more time. Now let's click on header. This time click here on primary menu. Now here you can see last item in menu, so let's select here. Then if we click on button, now you can see at the very right, the last item of this navigation is a button. You can change the button text from here. Then if you want to add any link, you can do that from here. But I don't want any button here. Instead, I want a search. So let's click on search. Now here you can see a search bar, and it's not only a search icon. If we click here and search anything by typing here inside, it will work perfectly. Alright, and not only on single blog post page or blog page, we can see this search bar on every page. And now I want to customize our footer, so let's now go back one more time. Then from the left bar, here you can see footer. Let's now click here and then click here footer bar. So by default the layout, this option is selected. If we disable it by clicking here, now we cannot see our footer, but I want our footer back, so let's select this option. So here is our footer. Now you can add 2 sections inside of your footer. So here on the left you can see the section 1, and then here is the section 2. So whatever you can see here is coming from this section 1. So it's selected to text, and here section 1 column text. Here you can see copyright, then a copyright symbol, and this is dynamic, so it says current year. So right now it says 2020. So 1 year later it will dynamically will be shown 2021. You don't need to do anything manually. And then here you can see the site title name, it's also coming dynamically. And then if you want to remove this powered by Astra WordPress theme, you can do that. Just after site title, from this pipe, let's select this text and remove them, and instead let's put a comma and let's type all rights reserved. Awesome. And now underneath this, if you want to add some links, like if you're a business owner, you should have your services policy or terms of use pages link into your footer, or if you're an affiliate marketer, you should have your disclaimer pages link in the footer. So on the section 2, let's click on footer menu. Though we don't have our footer menu right now, but for now let's just select that. So here you can see it says assign footer menu, as we haven't created our footer menu yet. But when we will add our footer menu, here our footer menu will appear. So here on the footer settings, I want to show you also we have other options, like if you select this layout, let's select this one. So now here you can see the copyright text on the left, and on the right side here our footer menu will be shown. Okay, but I want to keep the middle layout, this one. Alright, Now let's create our footer menu. So from left, let's now go back one more time. Now from here you can see menus. Actually you can create your menus from here, or you can also create your menu from your dashboard from under appearance. If you click here on menus, you can create your menu from here or from here directly inside from the customizer. Same thing. So let's now click here on menus. So you can see here we already have our main menu that we have set for our primary menu. So let's create a new menu by clicking here, create a new menu. Let's name it footer menu, and this time it's very important, don't forget to check on footer menu, and now click on next. So now we will add our menu items. So let's click on add items. So here under pages you can see our all pages we have created. If you want, you can add any page link there on the footer menu. Also if you want, you can put custom links, like if you want to keep your Facebook page or YouTube channel link, you can add that on your footer by put the URL link here, and then on the link text you can say like us on Facebook, and then you can click on add to menu. But here I wanna show you another thing, like we already have these pages, but right now I want to create some pages like our privacy policy page, disclaimer page. So let's create some, like let's create privacy policy, and let's now click on add, and then let's create terms of use, click on add, and then let's add disclaimer and click on add. Also you can drag this top to bottom if you want, but I want the disclaimer at the last like this. Now let's have a look. Here on the footer, underneath the copyright text, here you can see privacy policy, terms of use, and disclaimer links are created. And not only links, we actually have created our page. Okay, I will also show you how you can create this kind of privacy policy or disclaimer pages very easily. So far we have done. To save it, let's click here on publish. Now click on this X to exit. So now let's have a look how our website is looking. So let's click on visit site. So now here you can also see the search bar here at the top right, and if we go to the very bottom of our website, here you can see the global footer, and here is the page links. Also let me show you the search bar is working. Let's now click on this search bar, and I'm typing here business. Let's now hit enter. Cool. So you can see our search result page for the business keyword. So here you can see the business services page, as inside our business services page there is the business keyword, and then if we click on show more or this heading, that will take us to the single business services page. Let's have a look. If we now click here, I'm opening it from a new tab. So here we can see our single business services page. All right. And then here we can also see our blog post, because this blog post has the business keyword inside that. That's why we can see this blog post on the business keyword search. Also I want to show you another thing. If we click on this blog post, so this is our single blog post page, and here you can see the categories. If we now click on this category, business category, let's click here. Now we can see an archive page, that's business archive page. So all the blog posts that's under business category, we can see all those blog posts here. Awesome. So now our website is functioning properly. It's fully functional with modern design. Now also let me show you. If I go to our footer, here we have created our privacy policy, terms of use, and disclaimer pages. And you know, these pages are really pretty basic, pretty simple. To take the inspiration, let's now go to entrepreneur.com, one of the most popular blogs. Let's go to their footer. Now here we can see their terms of use, privacy policy, and cookies policy pages. Let's now go to their cookies policy page. You see, it's a pretty simple and plain looking page. So if we want to create a page like this for our privacy policy or terms of use or disclaimer, I'm showing you how quickly can you do that. So first let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to pages, to all pages. Here you can see as we have created our disclaimer page, privacy and terms of use page from our customizer, but they have created perfectly and we can see them inside the pages. Okay, let's say we want to create our privacy policy page using Elementor Page Builder. So first here click on the edit. Now let's click on edit with Elementor. So let's first take a section here, stretch the section, go to advanced and let's add some padding at the top and padding at the bottom. Now here first let's drag a heading inside here, and here I want it to say privacy policy. Now let's make it centered, and then let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon and drag a text editor underneath this heading. So here inside this left text editor you can write your privacy policy text. So to only give you the example, let's now go to entrepreneur.com. Let's now copy some of their text. So I'm copying some text from their page, and let's now go back to our page, and then here let's now paste the text. So of course you should write your own words inside of your website, but just I'm showing you how easily you can create your privacy policy page, because I don't know about your business, so you'd better know what to write inside of your privacy policy page or your website's terms of use page, because I'm not a lawyer. Alright, so in the same way you can make your terms of use and disclaimer pages. So let's click on this update button to save this page. Now let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to front end of our website. And on the beginning of the tutorial, I have said I will show you how to create a logo by yourself for free. So let's now have a look how to create a logo. To create our logo, we will use an free online tool, that's logomaker.com. It's actually logo maker but without the E. So let's go to logomaker.com. Here is an instructional video pops up. Let's now close this because I will show you how to do that. So first I'm looking for an icon here from this search bar, as it will be a design agency logo. So here I'm searching for design and hit enter. Now here you can see thousands of icons and all of them are free to use. How cool is that? Okay, for now let's select, I'm searching for something that relates to designing. Okay, let's select this icon. Let's click here. Now you can drag this by dragging it to the left or right like this. You can make it bigger just by dragging this corner to the right like this. Then if you drag it to the left, you can minimize it in this way. Then if you want to change this icon's color, just go on the right from this color picker. You can set the color. Also you can pick the base color from this color wheel. So I want to take our website's bluish color, so this is the color, and then I want to take a text. So from left here you can see a text icon. Let's click here, and here inside I want to type JF then space digital. I want to make it alignment left, so let's click here and make the alignment to left. Then you can make this one more bigger or smaller. You can drag it in this way. If you want to make it more big, just drag this from this corner in this way. Also when you try to drag it, you can see a line that guides you to make the align adjustment. Now I also want to make this one's color to that blue color from this color wheel. Then if you want to make this text bold, you can click here on this bold icon. It's now more bolded. Then if you click outside and select these two together, then you can make it bigger or smaller together. And let's now select on this text. If you want to the font family, first let's click here. You can see here different font types. So if you select fun and funky, you can see fun and funky type font. Then if you select handwriting, you can see here handwriting fonts, but I wanna select simple and modern one. Also you can specify your font family from this right field here. Let's click here on this font family, and here I also wanna use Poppins font, so here I'm searching for Poppins. Here it is. Let's click on Poppins. Now I wanna make the text more bigger, and let's now align it with the icon like this. Alright, for now I'm happy with the logo. So when you're happy, then to save the logo, let's now go on the very top right. Here you can see a save logo icon. Let's click here. Now it says if you want the high resolution image, we need to purchase that for $19. But to use it on our website, we basically don't need the high resolution file. So I'm happy with the low resolution file. So click here, no thanks, download low resolution file. Let's now click here. It's downloaded. So after downloading, you can find that inside your download folder or where you set for the downloaded files on your computer. Alright, now let's have a look how we can upload this logo to our website. So from our website's top bar, let's click here again on customize. Now let's click on header from left and then click on site identity. Then here you can see the first logo we have uploaded, but now we want to upload our new logo. So now click here on change logo. Now let's click on upload files, click on select files. So we just have created this logo. Let's now select this one and click on open. Now click on select. This time I wanna crop this logo, so from the top, also from the bottom, and from the right, and also from the left. Alright, now click here crop image. So here we can see our logo, but it's too small, so let's now drag this bar to make our logo more bigger. Okay, let's keep it 170 or 160. Perfect. Also from this bottom, from this left bottom, you can see here desktop icon, tablet icon, and mobile icon. So if you wanna look how this logo looks on tablet, let's click on this tablet icon. Okay, the logo looks perfect on tablet. Right now don't worry about these buttons because we will fix the responsiveness of our all pages from inside Elementor Page Builder. For now, just have a look on the logo, and let's now click here on the mobile icon. On mobile device, the logo looks a bit bigger, so here only on mobile device, as you can see here mobile icon, so I wanna make it more smaller on mobile device. Okay, let's keep it 136 or 35. It looks perfect for mobile device. And don't worry about this text because we will fix all this from inside Elementor Page Builder. So for now, let's click on publish and let's click on this X to exit. Alright, we are almost done with our website. Now we only need to check the responsiveness of our all pages to make sure all the pages looks good on desktop, tablet, and mobile device. So we are now at our home page. So from top, let's click here on edit with Elementor. So far we have done, this is the desktop view of our home page. Everything looks good on desktop. All the animations, all the fonts, sections, their backgrounds, everything looks perfect. And also here is our global footer. Alright. So if we now want to check how our website is looking on tablet device, first from the left bottom here you can see an icon responsive mode. Let's now click here. Then here you can see two options, tablet and mobile. So first click on tablet to see how our website is looking at tablet device. So here on the tablet the logo looks perfect, and on the right we can see an hamburger. If we click here, all the menu items drops perfectly, and if we click on this arrow, then all the services submenus appears perfectly. Alright, now close this. Now this is the header of our home page on tablet device, but I think we need to reduce the height of this banner on tablet. So to do it, let's first click on these 6 dots, and then here you can see minimum height, and right after that here you can see be a tablet icon. So whatever changes we will be making right now, that will be only applicable for tablet device. It won't affect on desktop view. The desktop view will remain same. So for tablet device, let's select the VH, and I wanna give the height for tablet, let's keep it 50 or 55. Yep, it looks perfect. Now let's go to the next section. This section looks perfect on tablet device, but I think we can reduce some spaces from this top and bottom. Bottom looks okay, but we can reduce some space from top here. So let's click on these 6 dots. Now let's go under advanced tab. Now let's unbind the padding, and I wanna add 60 pixel padding at the top and 60 pixel padding at the bottom, and it's only for tablet device. As you can see, after padding, here is a tablet icon. Now the top space and the bottom space looks perfect on tablet. Now let's go to the next section. This section we need to fix it. Right section looks perfect. I mean right column looks perfect, but we need to work on this left column. So first let's click on this column icon, and let's now go under advanced tab. Now first margin, unbind the margin. Also let's unbind the padding. So you may remember on the desktop we have given some negative padding, some negative margin. So on tablet device I want to reduce that. So here margin left, let's reduce it. I wanna give it -45 or -50 like this. Alright, now this section looks perfect on tablet. Now let's go to the next section. This section looks perfect on tablet device. Now let's go to the next section. Here these companies we work for, this heading looks super big. Also I want to reduce the spacing at the top and bottom. So first let's click on these 6 dots. Now go under advanced tab. Let's now unbind the padding, and I want to add 40 pixel at the top padding, and bottom we don't need any padding at the bottom on tablet device. And then let's click on this heading. Now go under style tab, and let's now go to typography. Also here beside the size you can see the tablet icon, so it's only applicable for tablet device. So on tablet let's give it 40 pixel, or let's give it 50. Perfect. And here inside this carousel, here you can see on tablet device we can see 2 logos, but instead of that let's click on this pencil icon. On tablet device, here slides to show, I want to make it 3. So on tablet device now you can see 3 logos are visible at the same time on the carousel. Perfect. And now here is our global footer. It looks perfect. Alright, now let's have a look how our website is looking on mobile device. So from left, let's now click on mobile. First, I want to reduce the font size of this Jim Fahad production text. So let's click on this pencil icon, and let's now go under style tab. Now click on typography, and again here you can see the mobile icon. So whatever changes I'm making, as long as you can see the mobile icon here, it will only be applicable for mobile devices. So it won't affect on tablet or desktop view. Alright, so for mobile device I want to make the font size to 50. Yep, 50 looks perfect. And the next heading, let's now go under the style tab, click on typography. On mobile device, let's make this one size to 20. Yep. And then this button, let's click here on this pencil icon. On mobile device, here you can see alignment, and here's the mobile icon. So on mobile device I want to make it align centered. Also this button, click on this pencil icon, alignment, I want to make it centered on mobile device. And on mobile device I want to add some spacing at the top and bottom. So let's click on these 6 dots, go under advanced tab. Now first unbind the padding, and I wanna add 40 pixel padding at the top. and 40 pixel padding at the bottom, or we can add more, maybe 60 and 60 pixel padding at the bottom. Perfect. Now let's go to the next section. Here we need to reduce the font size, so let's click on this pencil icon. Now let's go under style tab, click on typography. On mobile device, let's make it 30 or 40. Yep, it looks perfect. Now let's scroll down. This section looks perfect. This column looks perfect, but you can see there is no space in between these two on mobile device. Also here underneath, here is also no space. So now first let's go to the very first section, this one, I mean this column. Let's click on this column icon and let's go to advanced tab. Now let's unbind the margin. So for this column we don't need to add any extra bottom margin because it already has some margin at the bottom. So now let's go to the next column. Let's now click on this column icon here. Now let's unbind the margin, and here only on bottom I want to add 25 pixel or maybe a little bit. Let's add 30 pixel margin at the bottom of this column. Now let's select the next column, click on this column, go to advanced, unbind the margin, and let's add 30 pixel margin bottom. And then on the next column, as this is the last column, so we don't need to add margin bottom on the last column, this one. So now let's have a look. This column looks perfect, this one looks perfect, this one looks perfect, and this one looks perfect. Alright, now let's go to the next section. Here we need to fix this image, so let's click on this pencil icon. Now let's go under the style tab, and only on mobile device let's make the width to 60 or 65% like this, and let's now click on this column icon, and then from left under advanced tab, here margin, let's unbind the margin, and now I want to reduce the left margin, so let's click on this down arrow. I want to reduce the negative margin more. Let's keep it -65 like this. Alright, now here for this text I also want to reduce the font size, so let's click on pencil icon. Let's go under style tab, here click on typography. Let's also make this one to 30 pixel. The above one we made 40, so also let's make it 40. Alright, and on this column on the desktop we have given some padding at the left. So from mobile device, let's go under advanced tab. Let's now unbind that padding, but I want to add some padding at the top, so let's add 20 pixel padding at the top, or maybe let's add 30. Alright, it looks perfect right now. Now let's go to the next section. Here is our testimonial section on tablet device, sorry, on mobile device. So I also want to reduce this text font size, so let's click on this pencil icon. Now click on style, click on typography. Like the above one, let's set the font size to 40, and also I want to reduce the padding from the top, so let's click on these 6 dots, go under advanced tab, unbind the padding, and top I want to add 40 pixel, and then at the bottom here I wanna add 40 as well. And you see all this testimonial looks great on mobile device. Alright, now let's go to the next section. This one looks perfect, the font size looks perfect, and here on mobile device you can see only one logo here inside the carousel, so it looks perfect for mobile device. And let's have a look on the footer, it looks perfect on mobile device. Alright, so our home page looks perfect on mobile device, it also looks perfect on tablet device, all the section looks perfect, and on desktop device everything looks perfect. Now after doing everything, don't forget to click here on this update button to save your work. So let's now click here. Now let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. Now let's go to all pages. Here is our about page, so now click here on edit with Elementor. So our About Us page looks perfect on desktop device. Everything looks perfect. All the sections, the team member sections, and here is the carousel and footer. Everything looks perfect on desktop. Let's now have a look on tablet device. Here this top banner looks perfect, but I want to reduce the height. So let's click on these 6 dots. Only on tablet device, here minimum height, let's give it 30, not pixel, I want to give it in VH, so 30 VH. Okay, it looks perfect on tablet. Now let's go to the next section. This section looks perfect on tablet. Now let's go to our next section. This area looks really clean on tablet device. Now let's go to our next section. This area looks perfect, and here is the footer. It also looks perfect on tablet device. Now let's go to the mobile device. From here, let's click on mobile. We need to reduce the font size of this heading, so let's click here. Now go under Style tab, click on typography. On mobile device, let's set it 50 pixel. Now the top banner on mobile device looks perfect. Now let's go to the next section. This area looks perfect. Here is a Contact Us button. It looks great. And here is all the clients. Reports with progress bar looks perfect. Now let's scroll down. Here in this section, all the single team member looks perfect, but we need to reduce the font size of this text or this heading. So let's click on this pencil icon. Now let's go under Style tab. Now click on typography. On mobile device, let's make it 30 or 35. Alright, and also I want to reduce the space from the top. So let's now click on these 6 dots. Let's now go under Advanced tab. Now unbind the padding, and on the top I want to add 40, and bottom I want to add 40 pixel of padding. So let's now scroll down. All these team members looks great on mobile device. Now scroll down. Carousel and footer looks perfect. Alright, now let's click on update to save our work. Now let's click on the desktop view. Okay, now from the top menu, here is the services page. Let's now right click here, and I'm opening it from a new tab. So here is our services page. Now let's click here, edit with Elementor. The services page looks perfect on desktop. All the different services section looks great. Then here is our nice counter, looks perfect. And then here underneath, here is our contact form, looks perfect on desktop. So let's now have a look how it's looking on tablet device first. So from here, responsive mode, click on tablet. This top banner looks great, but here I think we need to increase the font size a little bit. So let's now click here on this pencil icon. Now let's go under the Style tab. Now click on typography. Here only for tablet device, let's make it 17. Alright, now let's just right click here on this pencil icon, click on copy, and then also on this button, let's right click here and just click paste style. Also on the left button, right click here and click on paste style. Perfect. All these 3 buttons now aligned perfectly as their font family and their font size all are same. Now let's go to the next section of our services page. This area looks perfect on tablet. Now let's go to the next section. This section looks perfect on tablet, and then this section looks perfect. Here is the number counter. We need to fix this section on tablet device. So first let's click on the 6 dots, because first I want to reduce the space. So now go under Advanced tab, unbind the padding. Let's add 60 pixel padding at the top and 60 pixel padding at the bottom. And you may remember we are adding this padding only on tablet device. As you can see the tablet icon here beside the padding. Alright, now click on this pencil icon, go under the Style tab. First number, click on the typography, drag the size to the right. On the tablet I want to keep it 55 pixel, and then click on the title, click on typography. I wanna make the size to 10 or 11. Yep, it's still readable. Alright, now click here on this pencil icon as we have changed their typography. So right click here, click on copy, then right click here and click on paste style, then right click here on this counter and click on paste style. Also this one, right click here and click on paste style. Perfect. It looks now great on tablet device, but still the top space looks huge. So let's click on the 6 dots again, and top I wanna give it 30. Right now it looks perfect, and bottom I wanna give 50. Alright, now let's go to our contact us section. It looks perfect, but I wanna reduce the padding or margin we have given on the left and right. So let's now click on this column. Now go under advanced tab. Now unbind the padding, and then only on tablet device let's click on percentage, and on tablet I wanna give 10% padding or maybe 15. So 15% padding on the right and 15% padding on the left. Alright, now it looks great, and here is our footer, looks great. So now our service page looks perfect on tablet device. Now let's have a look how it's looking on mobile device. Let's go to the top. The top banner looks perfect, all the buttons are centered, it looks perfect. Now let's go to the next section. This area looks perfect, but maybe here under this button we can add some space. So let's click on this button icon. Now go under advanced tab and let's unbind the margin, and only on the bottom I want to add 20 pixel of margin. Alright, now it looks perfect. Now let's go to the next section. Here we can keep it like that, but here we can do another thing. Like here you can see here the text is first, and then here's the image, and again on this section right after this image here we can again see the video. So what if we put this text first and then we keep the video underneath the text only on mobile device? We can do that easily using the Elementor Page Builder. So to do that, let's first click on the 6 dots and let's now go under advanced tab, then here click on responsive, then here underneath responsive tab you can see here reverse columns only on mobile. So if I select this, then within this section we have two columns, this column and this column, they will be reversed. So let's now turn it on, the reverse column mobile. Now here you can see the text first and then we can see the video, but like the above section underneath this button I want to add some margin only on mobile device. So let's go under advanced tab. Now let's unbind the margin and let's add 20 pixel margin at the bottom of this button. Now it looks perfect. Now let's scroll down. This section looks perfect, but I think we need to reduce the padding only on mobile device. So let's click on the 6 dots, go under advanced tab, unbind the padding. Let's now add 40 pixel at the top and 40 pixel at the bottom. Now scroll down. Yep, this area looks great, and here is our counters. All these looks great on mobile device, and here is our contact form. But on mobile device we can reduce the padding from left and right more. So let's click on this column icon. Now from under advanced tab let's now unbind the padding, and on mobile device I only want to add 5% of padding, but let's first select the percent symbol from here. Now let's add 5% padding. Oops, not 4, 5. So 5% padding on the right and 5% padding on the left, like this. Now it looks perfect on mobile device, and here our footer looks perfect. Alright, so our services page now also looks great on mobile device. And again, don't forget to click here on this update button to save your hard work. Now let's go to the desktop view, and from the top menu here we have contact page. So this is the last page we have created using Elementor Page Builder. So now right click here and open it from a new tab. Now let's click here, edit with Elementor. So our contact page looks great on desktop view. All these sections, here is the map and here is the footer, looks perfect from desktop view. Now let's have a look how it's looking on tablet view first. Alright, on tablet, top banner looks perfect, and here we need to do some work with this section. So nothing major, we can just reduce the margin. So let's click on this column icon. Now let's go under advanced tab. Let's now unbind the margin, and I only want to add 5 pixel margin at the right and 5 pixel margin at the left. So instead of doing the same thing with these two, let's just right click on this column, click on copy, and then right click on this column. Now click paste style. Also on this column, right click here and click on paste style. It's done. Now the next section, it looks perfect, and here is the map, looks perfect, and then here is the footer, looks perfect on tablet device. Now let's have a look how it looks on mobile device. So from here, responsive mode, click on mobile. So here top banner looks perfect. Now let's scroll down. Here we need to add some space on mobile device. So let's now click on this column icon. Now let's unbind the margin, and only on bottom I want to add 20 pixel margin, and we can just right click here, copy it, and then right click on this column and then click on paste style. Also right click here and click on paste style. Done. Now this 3 column looks perfect. Then now scroll down, this area looks perfect, the contact form looks perfect, and then here's the map, looks perfect, and here is our footer. So now our contact page and all other pages looks 100% responsive from mobile device, tablet and desktop. And last but not least, don't forget to click here on this update button to save your work, because nothing sucks than losing your hard work. Okay, congratulations! Now you know how to create a complete WordPress website. So what's the next step? The next step is making your website live as soon as possible, because only watching this tutorial won't make any change. You need to take action. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like it, please give this video a big thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe this YouTube channel if you want to watch more similar valuable content like this. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Have a great day.